We are live on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Enning is producing today's show. You out there, what is going on, my friends? It's good to see and hear you, or have you listening, I guess. I really can't see or hear you. I could hear you in a variety of ways. You could pick up the phone and give us a buzz at 609 573 3776. You can always text us 609-403-0973. If you're listening on the free mobile app, you can DM us through your phone. It's easy to do. Hit listen now, hit direct message. We'll get the message. We'll read them off here. And, of course, if you're watching the show live, streaming video on our YouTube channel. Well, we've got the midweek of the bye week here, and still plenty to discuss. I think this NFC playoff race, obviously the AFC's got a good playoff race going on too. We're a little bit more focused on what's happening on the NFC side of things. This thing will not be really answered until the end. Now, yesterday, if you were listening right at the end of the show, I gave you a scenario that I don't think is very likely, but somebody had asked, like, what is the path to winning the NFC East? We have been discussing, hey, how can the Eagles win the NFC East? What does that scenario entail? Because we were saying, who are you rooting for this weekend? Are you rooting for Washington or are you rooting for Dallas? Those two teams play twice. So if you realistically, and I don't know how realistic it is for the Eagles to win the division, but there is a path to get there. It is probably a very far-fetched path, but it is possible. What would essentially have to happen is Philadelphia has to win out. And in winning out, they would beat Dallas once and Washington twice. They would also need Washington to beat Dallas both times. So those things have to happen. If the Eagles want to win the division, they would finish the year 10-7 if they won the rest of their games, which, I don't think the Eagles winning out is the far-fetched part. I mean, literally, look, are they going to be the favorite in all four games going forward? No, I don't think so anyway. It depends on what happens with Dallas and where Washington is. Look, all of the Eagles games the rest of the way are pretty much going to be a coin flip. The way that I see it is, at this stage of the game, everything's pretty much a coin flip. You're playing NFC East rivalry games. They're all trying to get into the playoffs except for the Giants, really. Washington, Dallas, and Philly. Every game for these teams the rest of the way is either for seeding and or getting into the playoffs. These are all playoff type of games. So it would not be surprising to me at all if any scenario happened. That includes Philadelphia winning out, Dallas winning out, Washington winning out. If Washington wins out, by the way, they would have won, 10 straight games to close out the season? I think they're on a 5-game winning streak. I think they got 5 games left. They would have won 10 straight games if Washington wins out here. So to get into a situation where the Eagles could win the division, they have to win out. And I'm sure there's another way that they could go about it, but really the way that I'm looking at it is they win out. They still need help to win the division, and that help comes in the way of Washington beating Dallas both times, and then Dallas would need to then Dallas would then need to lose their game to Arizona, which is not far-fetched. I guess the most far-fetched of them all would be asking the Cowboys to lose to the Giants, who have all sorts of problems right now. That being said, you're in the NFC East. Anything can go there. I don't know what the most far-fetched part of all of it is. Is it a far-fetched scenario? Likely. Do I think the Eagles are going to win the division? No. But somebody would say, okay, who am I rooting for this weekend? Well, if you want the Eagles to be involved in the NFC race, that's your path to getting the NFC East. Otherwise, I guess you're rooting for Dallas to just sweep the Washington football team. Washington then would have 2 more losses on their ledger. That would get them to, at worst, 6-8. And then depending on what happens between the two games in Philly. But if Dallas sweeps them, they're 6-8. They have 2 more losses on their ledger. So I would think, all right, and we'll put a poll up on the Twitter page at 97.3 ESPN on who you're rooting for this weekend, Dallas or Washington. But I would think you got to be rooting for Dallas to just sweep Washington at this point.
So a couple things there, Mike. One, you guys asked about the win streak. So they've won 4 games since their bye week. They lost 4 games going into their bye week.
They were 2-6 at one point.
After their bye week, they've done the complete opposite of before the bye week. So I guess came at a good time for them. About your question about who I'd rather win, I 100% want Dallas to beat down these teams because to me, you knock out the competition for you. They're doing the work for you.
Yes, I agree. Like my point is, I would go with Dallas sweeping Washington here, and just kind of let Dallas win the division, let them have their fun, let them win the division, and move away.
And it's not an unlikely scenario either.
No, I think Dallas beating Washington twice is probably, we talk about far-fetched scenarios. At the end of yesterday's show, somebody texted in saying Dallas losing out other than New York is the most far-fetched thing you've ever said. Don't forget this team beat the Patriots on the road. Now, obviously, this sounds like a Cowboys fan whose feelings are somewhat hurt.
That's
I didn't
cute.
say Dallas was going to lose out. I said that's the path for the Eagles to win the division. I don't think Dallas losing out is a high probability. All right. So, and by the way, in that scenario, they don't have to lose out Dallas. Dallas could still beat the Giants, and the Eagles could win the division. It would be, get my trusty piece of paper that I chicken scratched this all down on. If Dallas lost this week to Washington, they'd be 8-5. They beat the Giants, they would be 9-5. They lose to Washington, they would be 9-6. They lose to Arizona, they would be 9-7. They lose to Philadelphia, they would be 9-8. So Dallas could go 1-4 down the stretch, and Philadelphia would win the division under that scenario there if Philadelphia won out. Now, what's more far-fetched? Philadelphia winning out or Dallas going 1-4?
100% Dallas.
So you think Dallas going 1-4 is the more far-fetched scenario?
Absolutely, because I think that they beat Washington at least once.
Okay, so if they beat Washington once, it'll be interesting. What happens if they beat Washington once? Let's say they win their home game against Washington. Where's the game this week?
Let me double check. I think it's in Washington, but
so let's say Washington wins the game this week and Dallas wins the game that's at home. That would make Dallas, what, 10-7?
Yes, it is in Washington this week.
Okay, so that would make Dallas 10-7. That would make Washington 8-9 under the scenario that I have mapped out for you here. And if Philadelphia won out, they'd still be 10-7, and the Eagles and the Cowboys would have then split.
Correct.
So what would happen in the scenario of those two teams finishing with identical 10-7 records and splitting their 2 games? What do you go to next? You go to inside the division, right?
So after you go from head to head, then it's division.
So their division record would go. See, I don't think it's far-fetched for that scenario to happen. That Washington and Dallas split, and then Dallas loses, and they beat New York.
Right.
But they were to lose to Philadelphia and Arizona.
And I can definitely see the Arizona loss happen.
Right, so they would be 3-2 down the stretch.
Because don't forget, Arizona is still playing for that 1 seed.
So they would be 2-3 in that scenario.
Right.
Oh, Arizona's playing for the 1 seed. Right. They're not taking their foot off the gas.
Exactly.
Inside the division right now, Dallas is 2-0. Philadelphia is 0-2. If Philadelphia won out, they would have beaten Washington twice, New York again. So that's 2, 3, 4. They would be 4-2 in the division. And if Dallas, the scenario that we planned out would be same 4-2 record. They both would be 4-2 in the division. You then go to the conference record, and Dallas, I believe, would win that under this scenario.
Right, because most of Dallas's
6-1.
losses are to the AFC West.
Well, they're 6-1 in the conference. Philadelphia is 4-4. So if you finish with identical 10-7 records, Dallas would win that division that way. So your really only path is the way that I kind of mapped it out before. Now, there might be other ones, but that's probably the most realistic one, is that Philly wins out, Dallas wins against the Giants, and then loses the rest of their games. They would go 1-4 with a win over the Giants. That would be Philadelphia's path to a division championship. The Washington path is a little easier. Let's say Washington sweeps Dallas. Now they're tied.
Correct.
And the difference being Dallas plays Arizona, and Washington has 2 games with Philadelphia, and the final game of the season, they play the Giants.
And you would assume they're going to beat the Giants.
Of course. I mean, when you say this, assume they're going to be the favorite. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, the Giants, nobody thought the Eagles were going to go up there and lose to the Giants in the fashion they did. And by the way, the Giants played an awful football game and won the game because the Eagles were that bad that day. But the Giants were so bad that the Eagles still had a shot to get off the mat in the fourth quarter and win that game. So, yeah. Nobody thinks that that New York is going to be a favorite in any of the games they play in the NFC East the rest of the way. But it's a division game. It's the second time the teams are playing, and sometimes it happens.
It does, but you know what? Like you said, it's one of those things where, as an Eagles fan, if you want the team to win and get to the postseason, you got to make a choice. Who are you rooting for?
Well, somebody just texted in. They might be right about this. If Philly beats Dallas and Washington sweeps Dallas, the scenario I said, no. See, the scenario I said was that Washington and Dallas split.
Right.
And that would get Dallas to 10-7. If Washington and Dallas split, they would be 10-7.
Because again, we're talking about multiple scenarios all, sequentially happening.
Right. I mean, there could be another way to go about it. Like, let's say, because he's saying they would be 3-3 in the division, but if they split with Washington, they would only have 2 losses in the division.
Right.
1 to Philly and 1 to Washington.
And that changes certain scenarios.
Well, it makes Philly and Dallas have identical division records, because if Dallas was 3-3 in the division, let's say they beat Arizona and got swept by Washington. Well, that would change things.
Right.
If they got swept by Washington, then this guy's text would be accurate. Then they would be 3-3 in the division. They would still have gotten to 10 wins if they beat Arizona, right?
Right.
But their division record of 3 losses would put them behind Philadelphia. So that's another scenario that the 2 teams could have 10 wins. And this is all predicated on Philly winning out. And the reason we bring this up is, if you go back to, what was that, the 2019 season, when Philly lost that game to Miami,
yeah,
they looked like they were out of it.
Yeah, they were cooked.
They looked like they were cooked. And they lost the game to Miami and ended up winning the last 4 straight and won the division that year at 9-7. So that is, look, I think it's far-fetched, but it's not out of the complete realm of possibilities. There's so many scenarios that come into play over these last couple of games here, right? There's so many possibilities. The Eagles don't even play this week, and at the end of this week, without even playing, they could, I believe, be the 6th seed.
Yes, so that would be if Washington loses.
If Washington loses to Dallas on Sunday, right?
If I remember who San Fran plays off the top of my head.
San Francisco this week plays Cincinnati.
Okay, that's not exactly
it's at Cincinnati.
Right, so it's not a, in the hand game. That's a hard game to play. Road game, team that can score points.
Debo playing?
He's supposed to still be out.
Kind of like Cincinnati there.
The only problem is Burrow is still dealing with that messed up pinky finger. He says he's going to play, They expect him to play, but we saw in the game on Sunday, his accuracy was not exactly great.
So if Washington lost, they would be 6-7. If San Francisco lost, they would be 6-7, and Philadelphia is already 6-7. The question is, if they're all three 6-7, who's got the tiebreakers at that point?
49ers have a tiebreaker over the Eagles because of the head-to-head.
Correct. And Washington have not played. They are 1-0 in the division. Philly's 0-2. So it would seem that Washington and 49ers would not move.
Yes.
So Philly would not technically be the 6th.
I also believe is Washington's conference record better too?
They're 5-2 in the conference.
Yeah.
Philly's big. Their problem is they're 4-4 in the conference.
Right. They're just sitting right at 500.
Right. And all the teams they have the head-to-heads on have fallen out of this thing. Carolina, Atlanta, New Orleans. Right. I don't want to say fallen. They're only a half a game behind. As 5-7 feels like they're miles out of this thing when they're really they're half a game behind Philadelphia. If Washington and San Francisco lose this week and any one of those teams win, Carolina, Atlanta, New Orleans, Minnesota, they're all within a half a game.
That's right.
It's so crazy how 1 week and one win or loss changes the dynamics of how far back or how close you are to a certain situation. I find this I've been talking about it a lot. A couple of my buddies are Cowboys fans. I don't really know very many Washington fans. This guy I went to high school with was a Washington fan. You know any Washington fans? Anybody you know is like a Washington fan?
There is a gentleman who follows me on social media who is a Washington fan.
Oh, yeah?
He says hello to me sometimes.
That's nice of him.
Yeah. He's a nice guy.
But do you know him personally?
No, never met him in person. But his name's Corey. Seems like a nice guy.
Well, I don't know very many. Anybody out there listening, a Washington football fan? I don't really know any Washington football. Well, like I said, one guy I went to high school with was a Washington football fan.
Just one guy.
One guy. In fact, it's funny. I saw him the other day at lunch.
Did you really?
Random, just sitting at the table behind me. And now we're having this conversation. I said, I don't really know a Washington football fan except for that guy. And I happened to see him. What was it, last Friday? I was at the lunch. I saw him sitting there.
That's funny.
But we were talking about this the other day. I said, what if you're in this situation, do you want to win the division? If you want to win the division, you're rooting for Washington. If you just want to get into the playoffs, you're rooting for Dallas. And if you don't want to make the playoffs, you don't give a flip. You got a third choice. You don't give a flip and just
option C.
You do have that contingent of Eagle fans who are not interested. At this point, though, you're 6-7. Are you now like, I'm already come this far. We might as well just make the playoffs? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Hey, we've already come this far. We're only a game under 500. We're not going to get like a top 5. The Eagles are not getting a top 5 pick. They're not getting one from Miami. They're not getting one from Indianapolis, and they're not getting it from themselves. So are you coming to the terms of, you know what? Now that we've come this far, we might as well just make the playoffs. Like, what's missing the playoffs at this point going to do for you? Make you go from 14th to 13th or from 16th to 15th?
Well, also the fact
14 playoff teams.
But also the fact that, it gets back to the whole point about the draft. People have these crazy ideas about how the draft works. They apply NBA logic to other sports, but it doesn't work. So at the end of the day, if you are one of those people who thinks Howie Roseman is the spawn of Satan and you hate him that much, what does it matter what draft pick you have?
Bill and EHT. Mike, what happens if Dallas secures the division and playoff position? Do they sit their starters against Philly the last game if Philly needs to win to get in? That's a good question. Does Dallas, like in Philly, I feel like we hate the Cowboy fans or the Cowboys. Eagle fans hate Cowboys more than the Cowboys don't like Eagles.
Oh, 100%.
So does Dallas have that, like, we don't care if the Eagles get in the playoffs? Would they? I don't think first off, I don't think Dallas will be secured into a spot.
I mean, if they were, it would be an interesting conversation.
I mean, they're only a game behind Tampa and Green Bay.
I mean, right now, the way their schedule plays out, if they sweep Washington, then in theory, yes, they will be in the driver's seat for the division. But as you mentioned, playoff seeding is still at hand. If they don't beat the Cardinals, which I don't expect them to, then I would assume that Dallas is going into Week 18 trying to win because, they would like to have more home field advantage in the postseason.
Well, right now they're the 4. Tampa's the 3 at 9-3. Green Bay's the 2 at 9-3. Dallas is 8-4. So they're only a game behind those guys. So they got to at least keep pace.
Right.
If they're 2 back with 1 to play, I guess is the guy's question. Do they sit and just say, we're the 4 seed, we are what we are?
Well, it's very possible because Jerry Jones said on his weekly radio segment, whatever you want to call it, his showcase, that the Cowboys have been concerned about how banged up some of their players have been, like Zeke Elliott. So you have to wonder, if they have a chance to rest guys, do they take that advantage?
Sports Bash brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. I see your text messages coming in. I'd like to get some more, so do it now. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. DM me through the free mobile app on your phone. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle. 227 Sports Bash Live 97.3. I'm Mike Gill. This song gets me all pumped up for the rest of my day. Good conversation on the NFC East, the NFC playoffs. I'll ask Mike McGarry. He's a Giant fan. If a nonpartisan neutral party here, Giant fan, who's the one team that's kind of out of this thing, who would you root for in this game, Dallas or Washington? I would imagine you got to be rooting for Washington to fall back to the pack. By the way, Corey is listening. He's a Washington football fan. He says, Mike and Josh, great show, standard. I listen every day. Great perspectives. Thank you, Corey. That's very good. He is our one Washington football fan that happens out there. What happens if Dallas secures the division and playoff position? That was the question Bill asked. Bill, I don't know that scenario is going to happen. I mean, if Dallas does what they're supposed to do, that wouldn't happen because I think they're going to be either tied or within a game and that they would have to play. The only thing that would make that happen, Josh, is if the other teams keep winning and Dallas falls and they're now 2 back with 5 to go. Everybody has 5 except for Philly has 4.
Right. And don't forget that the teams ahead of them are not exactly having treacherous schedules either. You know, the Cardinals are so far ahead in the 1 seed right now. The only
not
team,
so far ahead. They're 1 game ahead.
Well, to me, they're psychologically ahead.
I mean, they're 10-2. Green Bay's 9-3. Tampa Bay's 9-3. Both teams are nipping at the ankles here.
I mean, the Cardinals are ahead of the Cowboys. I don't think the Cowboys can.
Oh, they're the Cowboys are 2 full games with 5 to go behind Arizona, but Arizona still has to keep the point of Arizona when they play Dallas. That game is going to be huge for Arizona, and it could be huge for Dallas if they win let's say they win all 3 of their games leading up to Arizona.
Right, then that game becomes massive.
Correct, because then at worst, they could pull within 1 game of Arizona and have the head-to-head, and then it would literally come down to the final week of the year. And then Philadelphia, you're going to get Dallas's best shot.
It seems like more and more that no matter what scenario we go through, almost every scenario involves that final game mattering for something.
I mean, if you're asking me on Wednesday afternoon at 2:30, I'm going to say the game in Week 18, Philadelphia and Dallas will have meaning for both teams.
I think so, too.
Billy is listening in Houston. In Houston, Delaware. He is a Washington football fan. Now, there's some people from Delaware that are kind of closer to the Maryland side.
Makes sense.
And you got that contingent of Delawareans. Is that a word?
I have no idea.
Well, people from Delaware, or Delawareans, as I would just call them.
Are they Delawareans or Delawareites?
Well, you have the Delawareans, I would think, would go better. You have a contingent of Delaware people who are closer to the Maryland border.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you have a lot of Ravens fans in like the northern Delaware, northwest of Delaware.
Yes.
It's weird, that northwest, because that part of Delaware, like Wilmington up by the college, Newark, excuse me, they are in the Philly region.
Right.
But they're also right kind of close to Baltimore as well.
Yeah, they're in a very interesting spot. So it's kind of hard to judge certain fan bases when they're in areas like that. It's like if you go to, let's say, Connecticut, and it's like, well, you're close to New York, but you're also in driving distance of Boston. So who do you really lean toward?
Well, that's like in like Albany, New York, for instance. Okay. We have a station in Albany, and my buddy was the host of that show. And I said, what do you talk about here? He said, well, we're 3 hours from New York City. We're 3 hours from Buffalo, and we're 3 hours from Boston. So you're essentially within a 3-hour range of 3 separate pro sports cities.
Right.
What do you do in that case?
I mean, do you talk about all three? Is that what you do?
I mean, I think that the Yankees were like the main baseball conversation. The Red Sox were next. I think the football teams was like, I think they carry the Jets games on the station in Albany, but the Giants, Buffalo Bills and the Patriots are
You're right. That's another thing. I mean, you got two different football teams in New York.
Yeah, it's a weird spot to do sports talk radio because you have so many fan bases, but they're all 3 hours away. This situation in Delaware, you've got
like you said, you're near Philadelphia, but you're also in driving range of Baltimore.
If you're in the north, if you're in southern Delaware, down in like Laurel and Georgetown and I don't know what the hell's down there. Shelbyville, is that on the Maryland border? Bethany, Rehoboth.
Yeah, Rehoboth Beach.
Dover is kind of like right smack dab in the middle. I would think the Dover area.
Dover and South,
I would think is the Philly. Although, I mean, if you're way down south, like Laurel, you're almost on the Maryland border, which you would possibly be a Washington fan.
Sure. I mean,
because Baltimore, keep in mind, I mean, they've been around for like 25 years now. Right. But if you're an old timer living in Seaford, Delaware, you might have been a Washington football fan from way back in the day. Before that, you might have been a Baltimore Colt fan, maybe.
Well, that's a good question. Which would have, if you go back far enough, who's getting the
If you're in
there?
Delaware right now listening, who are you a fan? Are you an Eagles fan, a Baltimore fan, or a Washington fan? Because I know a lot of those Baltimore people, those Delaware people are also Baltimore Orioles fans.
That's true.
Because the Nationals weren't around.
Yeah, the Nationals just moved in 2004, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they've been there for almost 20 years now, but
it's not that long.
A lot of the Delaware people, I mean, Delaware, I don't know that Delaware, like, that's weird because, like, the north part of, like, if you're in Newark, Delaware, you're like 45 minutes from Philly. You're about an hour and 20 minutes from Baltimore.
Right.
Like, you're kind of stuck in no man's land up there. Not no man's land, but.
Well, you basically have your pick.
I think we just assume that everybody in like the Delaware Valley are all Philly fans. But I think a lot of people in Delaware are very split. I don't know. They can tell. If you're in Delaware, hit me up from the 302. We get a lot of texts from 302. 609 403 0973. If you're listening in Delaware, okay, this guy said it's mostly Philadelphia here in Newark, Delaware. You get a lot of Baltimore because of how close it is to 95. On the south side, you get a lot of people who came here from Maryland who like the Ravens and the quote unquote Redskins, Washington football team now.
Right.
Yeah. See that he said he's in Newark though. That's way up north.
Right. That's the top edge. So you are definitively near Philadelphia.
Yes, but Newark is on the Maryland border side of Delaware. It's not on the PA border side of Delaware. It's on the Maryland border side.
But distance-wise, you're still closer.
You're closer to Philly mileage-wise, but you're closer to the state of Maryland. That's a weird one.
Yeah, it's also interesting when you think about you mentioned how old. If someone just moved to Delaware from like an area like New Jersey, let's say, like I know a guy I went to high school with. He moved to Delaware.
Now, you know who's from Delaware?
No, he's from New Jersey.
Said, do you know who's from Delaware?
Do I know who specifically?
Yeah.
Just tell me.
Todd Rank.
Oh, is he really?
That's where he went to high school.
No wonder he's so confused.
So go ahead.
No, I have a buddy I went to high school with, and he just moved to Delaware recently. He was telling me, he said that, for him, he's still an Eagles fan because he always grew up in South Jersey.
Well, I mean, if you move from here to there, you're going to take your fandom with you.
Right.
You're not just going to start over.
But he told me it's interesting that he runs into, as you said, different people.
Yeah, I think a lot of
teams.
I'm going Dover down. You might get the old school Washington group.
Right.
Dover up, you might have Eagles and then some Ravens wrapped in there.
Yeah.
All right. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I don't even know how we got on that conversation.
It was fun, though.
I like the text messages coming in. Andrew from New Jersey, but moved to Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. I would say 85% are Eagles, 10% Ravens, and 5% Washington football team. That's kind of like around here. You got 85% Eagles, 10% Giants, and 5% morons. Or Dallas fans. I'm sorry. I read that wrong. Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. 242, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. His appearance is brought to you by Calvi Electric, offering residential services for your home and business online, calvielectric.com. As we take a look at a lot of stuff going on. Eagles bye week here, but we got an NFC East battle that should be discussed, and the NFC playoff push, which should be discussed as well. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. He joins me right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. What's going on, Michael?
Hey, Mike, how are you today?
All is good, and obviously, Eagles off this week. Got Giants in action with 4-8. I would imagine that they are officially done ski. We got Dallas and Washington this week. If you are an Eagles fan sitting and watching, are you rooting for Dallas to sweep Washington, Washington to sweep Dallas? Do you want them to split? How are you approaching this Sunday when you have the day off?
Well, if you're an Eagles fan, right, you got to root for the math, and the math says you're rooting for Dallas, I would think. The Eagles aren't going to catch Dallas for the division title, but they are right there with the Redskins for that 6, or the Washington football team, rather, for that 6 or 7 spot. So you got to root for Dallas to beat Washington this Sunday. Dallas is your friend. Embrace it.
Now, there is a scenario. If Washington sweeps Dallas, that would make Dallas, 8-6 and bring them back to the pack. If Philadelphia, now this happened a couple of years ago, they lost that game to Miami. They won out and ended up winning the division. If Washington sweeps Dallas and Philly wins out, they essentially would win the division if they took care of their business.
Yeah, you're asking a lot there for the Eagles to win out the regular season. I think you've got to look at Washington as one of your prime opponents. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think Dallas is going to win the division. I think that team that finishes second in the NFC East is going to get in the playoffs, either as the number 6 or the number 7 seed. I think that second place team, I think the NFC East is going to have 2 playoff teams. So you're shooting right now that spot for second place is between the Eagles and Washington. And, you've got to root, you got to root for Dallas to beat Washington, because your main opposition is Washington right now. Dallas is gone. Dallas has gone down the road.
Yeah, Dallas has that one tricky game with Arizona still left. That's why you say, hey, look, if Washington swept them and then Arizona beat Dallas, that puts them at 7 losses, depending on what happens in their game against Philly, and they play the Giants, which we're not, you know what I'm saying? But like, they do play Arizona still, Dallas. So they potentially have 3 losses in them before they get to that Week 18 matchup.
Yeah, but I think you're really hanging on everything going right there, and also the Eagles also sweeping their 4 games left, which I don't see them doing. I mean, common sense or my gut feeling tells me the Eagles are headed to split these 4 games and finish 8-9, right? The best case scenario is probably 3-1. I don't see the Eagles going 4-0 and getting to, the plus side of, and catching Dallas here. So I do think you're right there. I think either Washington or the Eagles, whoever finishes second in the NFC East, they're going to make the playoffs. The NFC East is going to have 2 playoff spots. And right now your competition is Washington. So you got to embrace Jerry Jones, Dak Prescott, CD Lamb, put on your blue and white jerseys and root for the Cowboys this Sunday.
All right, Mike, you obviously, real quick. So we were just talking this before you came on. We have a lot of listeners in Delaware.
Right.
Delaware is fans of what?
Boy, I would think maybe it's a split state, right? If you're on if you're in Wilmington, you're rooting for the Eagles and the Philadelphia sports teams, but as you drift towards that Maryland border, maybe you get caught up in a little Ravens, Orioles type
so you're
of
saying
scenario.
It's split down the middle, like from top to bottom, not north to south.
Right, kind of like Jersey's split a little bit. I think you get a mix. Yeah.
Right. Well, we got a lot of text messages on this from people who are from Newark. Now, this guy says that it is like 85% Eagles, 10% Ravens, and 5% Washington. So you got kind of like we are, where you got mostly Eagles, some Giants, and then you got like this, guys who lost their way in life and became Cowboys fans.
Yeah, it's interesting because I have been in that Rehoboth Beach, that Bethany Beach area for sort of vacation down there sometimes. And when you do go down there, you are getting Masson. You are getting like a lot of Nationals and Orioles on your, like, that's
Right.
this sports station on the local cable TV there. But when you think about it, even though Rehoboth and Bethany Beach are a long drive, it's a short boat ride. So it's a connection to, that Philly, South Jersey area. I know some people think of Rehoboth as an extension of Cape May and stuff like that. So,
well, I mean, if you were going
wild,
they're similar to like where we live to go to like a Phillies game. I mean, to go from Rehoboth to Philly for a game is what, like an hour and a half?
Right. Same thing from Cape May up to Philly also.
Right.
So
yeah,
it is kind of interesting. I guess, in Jersey, you don't have that, in South Jersey, you don't have that other alternative. You don't have that team directly to your south that you do in Delaware. But my inclination would be, if you're on that Wilmington area, that border there, you're a Philly fan. No matter what you do in Delaware, Mike, you're in some toll booth line. There's a toll booth. It's such a short state, but there's a toll booth every 20 seconds. But there's
Newark
stops though in Delaware.
That Newark area where the college is, they're like right on the Maryland border.
Right.
So it's like you got the Baltimore, because you're right where, like, you're literally shaking hands with Maryland over there, but you're closer to Philly. It's kind of a weird dynamic, but
yeah, it depends on who's winning, basically. If the Orioles were better, I bet you there'd be more Baltimore Orioles fans in Delaware with the way the Phillies have done the past 10 years. But Delaware is getting a squeeze from both ends. The Phillies have been brutal, and so have the Orioles.
All right, Mike McGarry over at the Press of Atlantic City. You wrote a story about the high school football video review. Now, somebody sent me a picture last night and said, you got to send this to McGarry. We talked about the Cedar Creek game, but there was a game in North Jersey that has made Barstool Sports. I mean, apparently the call was so egregious, and I'm trying to get more information. Was the you know what game I'm talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Game? I was at the game. Was at Rutgers. It was East Orange versus Clifton. It was in overtime, right? And Clifton had the ball on the 1 yard line. Clifton quarterback snuck across the goal line. All of a sudden, no call from the officials. Nobody knew what was happening. All of a sudden, an East Orange kid has the football in his hands, and he's on the goal line. He raises the ball up. I don't even think if he knew if he could return it because it was overtime. He thought it might have been like a 2-point conversion play. All of a sudden, he runs the other way, 100 yards the other way for a touchdown. East Orange wins the football game, right? Utter confusion. We go to video review. The video review has the officials call on the field, which was touchdown stands. Now, however, the picture that everybody's looking at clearly shows that the Clifton quarterback broke the goal line. His knee is across the goal line. His knee is down. You can assume that the ball has got to be across the goal line also. So the video review would kind of indicate that, it was a touchdown by the Clifton quarterback before it was a fumble because the ball broke the plane. And that's what's created a big
was there though an official review? Like, did they review that play?
Yeah, there was an official review. They went.
Why did they watch the play and then get it wrong?
They got it wrong. And today I was at the NJSAA meeting this morning where, and the story's up on our website now with comments from the Clifton superintendent who called it a travesty, basically. And the NJSAA is taking it seriously. They realize that it was not a good look. They realize they don't want games ending on video replay issues. So they are going top to bottom to review their policy, and we'll see what happens next year. But they are saying that we are reviewing the policy, and seeing what happens.
Well, from my knowledge, I don't know what happened in the other games, but there was 2 games that came down to a replay review.
The Cedar Creek Wilson game came down to whether or not the Wilson kid got into the end zone with 10 seconds to play. And then you had the East Orange Clifton game decided in overtime. Now, of the 2 calls, I mean, the Woodrow Wilson Cedar Creek call, I think the officials got it right. They ruled the Wilson guy down. If you slow the video down to microscopic levels, looks like the Wilson back leg, the shin of the back leg was down before the ball broke the plane. The East Orange Clifton call is just a blown call at that. And it should have been overturned by video review.
All right. So you're your column today, you're saying they're re-examining it. Are they saying we don't want this? Like,
No,
we
they're
don't
saying
have it all season long, and now you're bringing it into 1 week of the year? Or are they saying we need to do more of this?
Right. Well, that's the issue that I'm going to kind of take on Thursday for Friday. They had video review at some regular season games in 2019. If a school had the technology, a lot of schools have that huddle sideline thing where they can look at things in real time. When COVID hit in 2020, they didn't want it. They wanted the games to go as fast as possible, so they took away the video review. In 2000, you didn't have state championship games last year because of COVID. You didn't have COVID. You didn't have video review in the regular season this year, but they brought it back because they had the technology for the games played at MetLife and at Rutgers Stadium. And then this past weekend at Rutgers Stadium, you have 2 controversial video review plays. So now they're going, they're going to talk to people at the National Federation. They're going to talk to New Jersey coaches. They're going to talk to leagues and officials. They're going to see, hey, what do we want to do with replay going forward? Because we don't want to have what happened this past weekend happen again next year.
They had replay, they got replay and completely got it wrong.
Right. So if you're going to have replay, you got to get it right. You got to sharpen the process or something. Myself, Mike, I don't know how you feel about it, but to me, I think if you don't have it all season long, even if you have the technology in these stadiums to do it, I don't think you do it if you don't have it all season long, basically.
Well, I agree. Look, I do work with guys who do great camera. Charles Hope is fantastic on the camera with BFA. It's not their job to provide video replay for these guys. Right?
Yeah, the other thing, if you're not going to do it all season long, the other thing I think people got to understand is it's high school sports, right? Coaching, playing.
They have review in Little League World Series games.
Yeah, well, that's, but I'm just saying, and I don't know how I feel about that, but in playoff, coaching, players, and officials, I think to put officials under that microscope where they haven't been under all season long is just tough. I mean, just play. If you're going to play the game a certain way on a September Saturday, play it the same way in a December Saturday.
I'd be better with that because if you had replay and watched that play and the result was what it was, that's a disgrace.
Right.
So get rid of the replay.
Mike, one quick thing. When people, and if you're going to use it, like it was used this past weekend for turnovers and touchdowns. Well, there was a key play in the Wilson Cedar Creek game before they got to the play that was decided. There was a play on that drive where the running back from Woodrow Wilson ran for 40 yards to give Wilson the ball deep in Cedar Creek territory. Well, I was standing right on the Woodrow Wilson play. He stepped out of bounds around midfield, but that play's not reviewable, and everybody missed it. So Wilson was in a position to score because of a missed call. So if you're going to use replay, we got to figure something out. And the easiest answer to me is just not play the game the way you play it in September. Play it that way in December.
All right, check out Mike's piece coming this week at thepressofAtlanticCity.com. And, of course, in the paper version of the press, he is Mike McGarry back on Friday as we'll take a deeper look. We didn't get time to get into some of the new Ben Simmons potential.
Yeah, the Pacers are falling apart. Here come the Pacers to save the Sixers season.
There's a new GM situation in Portland.
Yeah.
Everything's happening. We'll talk more about that on Friday. Take care, Mike.
Looking forward to it.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Check out his piece because 2 state final games both came down to video replay in the high school football finals this weekend. And, I mean, I don't know. I saw the video on Barstool Sports of the Jersey, the Clifton game. I mean, that one was clear as day. I don't know how you watch that video and get that wrong. It's amazing to me to say, let me watch this. Nope, that looks like a fumble. The guy, if you watch this video, the guy gets the ball. He's 3 yards deep in the end zone. I think there's a petition going, like they're signing a petition to try to have them overturn the game. I don't know what you do. You pick the game up from that spot, tied 24-24. I got a full hour, me and you, coming up next here on the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. Follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. I'm back with more Sports Bash on the way. Hour 2 of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Download the app in the Apple Store, Google Play, and you can message us through your phone with any thoughts that you have that just happen to cross your mind at any given time. Billy checks in on the app. He's listening in Delaware. He says, geographically, we are close here in Delaware, just a body of water in between us. Billy, it's very poetic of you. Yes, the big Delaware River over there stands behind us, but we will handshake you and high-five you all the time. We love our Delaware people and our Delaware listeners over there. We always get the text from the old 302. We appreciate you guys always chiming in. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. We were talking about the NFC East race, which, right now, Dallas has a hold on that. Washington's got an outside shot. If they sweep the Dallas Cowboys, they really have a good shot here. I think Philadelphia is somewhat far-fetched. If you want it to win the division, there is a path there, but it's kind of a wonky one at this one. The Eagles' best shot, obviously, is to get that wild card. And to do that, they're going to have to beat the Washington football team both times, split with them, and then do some damage in the other game. At minimum, I think Philadelphia is going to have to beat Washington once. They're going to have to get that game against the Giants, and they're going to have to get that game against either Washington or Dallas. I think they're going to need 3 of the 4. If they go 2-2, I think the 2 would have to be against Washington, and then you're going to need some help. I don't know that 2-2 is going to get the job done unless Washington. Now, keep in mind, Washington has 3 games left. 2 of them are against Dallas. This is where you got to root for Dallas to beat Washington. I mean, that is the scenario. Really, like in the most reality-based world we can live in right now, having Dallas sweep Washington and then you sweeping Washington, that would give them 4 losses, and that would cripple them to the point that they might not even make the playoffs. It's amazing that we're talking about Washington, though. They were 2-6. They were 2-6 November the 1st. When the calendar turned to November, think about what you were doing. Washington was 2-6 at that point. And now here we are, and Washington is 6-6. It's unbelievable the changes they have made all of a sudden to get there. And some of the changes that the Washington football team has made is they really, if you take a look at what they've done and watch them a little bit over the last 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 4 weeks of football, they have really turned to their run game. Gibson last week had 23 carries for 88 yards against Vegas. The week before that, Gibson had 29 carries for 111 yards against Seattle. In the game against the Panthers, Gibson had 20 carries for 95 yards. And in their win against the Buccaneers, it was Gibson with 24 carries, 64 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Gibson and the run game has really been the difference for the Washington football team. You go back to the games that they lost. Well, don't hear Gibson's name in there. It was Peterson, 11 carries for 46 yards in the loss against Denver. In the loss against the Packers, their leading rusher was Tyler Heineke. So you could see they did not run the ball. They lost to the Saints. And in the game against the Saints, Gibson had 20 carries for 60 yards. In the game they've lost against the Bills, Gibson had 12 carries for 31 yards. I think it's pretty obvious what we're seeing here. The Washington football team, much like the Eagles, are a team that lacks talent at the skill positions. I mean, Logan Thomas has been hurt a lot this year. Their tight end. I think he got hurt again. I think he's got an ACL or an MCL or something. So they lost him. And then you take a look at their receiving core. They're much like the Eagles, where they have one guy, their top receiver, who is McLaurin. And after McLaurin, they just don't have a whole heck of a lot of weapons. I mean, last week, they ran the ball 30 times. They threw it 20 They threw it 30 times. They ran it 30 times. They're as balanced as you can get. They completed 23 passes. Of the 23 passes, I mean, barely any of them went to wide receivers. I mean, Washington right now is essentially a carbon copy of what Philadelphia has decided to do. Just keep it simple. A lot of stuff. Logan Thomas last week had 3 catches for 4. I think Logan Thomas got hurt, though. I'm pretty sure he got hurt in that game and is probably – I think Thomas is done for the year. That's a big loss for that offense. Now, Thomas hasn't been a big part of their offense for most of the season. He's been hurt. But an offense that really wants to simplify things, having a receiving tight end like Logan Thomas, that is a big, big, difference-making situation. But you take a look at the Washington football team. They won that game against Tampa Bay. And in the game against Tampa, Brady didn't play great in that game. That was really the first game that the Washington football team's defense really, they had been, think about this. Washington's defense gave up 30 to the Giants. They lost to the Giants, for God's sakes. Now, they gave up 29 to the Giants. They beat the Giants 30-29. They gave up 43 to Buffalo. They gave up 30 to Atlanta. They gave up 33 to the Saints, 31 to the Chiefs. And, their defense had just been like, what is going on here? And they have turned it around defensively. Last week, they gave up 15. Here's a quirky thing about Washington. They have won the last 2 weeks by the exact same score, 17-15. Now, to say you won by the same score, it's like, okay, 17-10, 24-10, 17-15, 2 straight weeks.
That's just so uncanny.
Right? I mean, that is just as bizarre. So their offense has not been great. The Washington football team is not winning because their offense has kicked it into a high gear. But what they've done, much like Philadelphia, they have decided to really focus on the run. You watch them play. You're watching Gibson get a lot of touches.
Yeah, you mentioned Logan Thomas. He was put on the injured reserve list this morning. So it looks like he's going to be at least gone for a minimum of 3 weeks with the possibility to return.
Yeah, Logan Thomas is the tight end. Yeah, I thought he was out. And by the way, Montez Sweat got put on the COVID list.
Yeah, and J.D. McKissick is still not practicing.
McKissick is a nice weapon, but it's really been Gibson has been the guy for them. Over this 4-game win streak, Gibson has been kind of the do-it-all guy.
Well, it's been important to get the bye week because remember, he was dealing with that shin issue before the bye week. They were saying he was having trouble stepping because of what was going on with his shin. And since the bye week, he's been much healthier.
The big thing for them down the stretch, what did McCarthy, who's back for Dallas, I mean, I guess he did a Zoom call today, but McCarthy went on this elongated rant today.
McCarthy, a long rant? What?
About how he embraces the fact that they get to play this Washington, this gauntlet of division games. This is a great challenge for us. It's all these division games. This is exactly what we want, all that stuff. But, hey, I think it makes for an interesting, I saw something today. I think Jeff Kerr, who will be on later tonight, tweeted this out. A quirk in the schedule for all these teams this year when you think about it. But I think it was Jeff Kerr who tweeted this out. It was the Eagles and the Washington football team are just the 3rd and 4th teams since 2002, the realignment, to end the year with 4 straight division games. Washington actually has 5 straight division games. The previous 2 times, 2 teams made the playoffs. It was the Falcons in 2017. They went on to play the Eagles. And the Eagles in 2019, they closed out with 4 straight division games and won all 4.
Nick Foles.
That was the year that they lost to Miami.
Oh, no, you said 2019.
Yeah,
2019 was the year it was
Wentz
and the band of
Merry
Misfit
Men.
Toys.
Yes. It was Wentz and his Merry Men or the band of Misfit Toys, however you want to kind of take a look at it.
I was trying to put a holiday spin on it.
Ron Rivera was on KJM this morning. This is a big game this week. They're really highlighting this Dallas-Washington game. We're actually going to have that game for you live on 97.3 ESPN. We'll have that. That's our 1 o'clock game for you, the coverage for that one. And then we'll take you to the Bills and the Buccaneers. That's going to be a good one as well. Here's what Ron Rivera talked about when I talked about the importance of Antonio Gibson. Here's what Ron Rivera said. That's the story right there. They have really put it all in the shoulders of Antonio Gibson. If I just went through all of the carries and yardage that he has had over this 4-game win streak compared to the carries and yardage that he had leading up to this game, it's completely different. And same with the Eagles, right? Go look at the Eagles. Now they don't have a Gibson where there's one guy doing it all, but what they have done is broken up the carries and the yards between their three-headed monster. And like the Eagles running game, it reminds me a little bit of the Deuce Staley, Brian Westbrook, Corell Buckhalter, group of guys where they didn't have the main guy. They broke it up to all three.
And don't forget about the fact that because the Eagles are having success running the ball, as I mentioned yesterday on game night, you're going to see this more and more around the league. The league is running the ball more now. If you have the offensive line and you have the backs, teams like the Eagles and the Patriots are just going to keep running the ball until you stop them.
Oh, the Eagles, I think, have already shown they played that week against the New Orleans Saints, who were the best rush defense in the league.
Or as Sirianni says, best.
Which was formerly the best. So that was great. They shouldn't have any reservations about going into a game and saying, you try and stop us. This was KJM this morning as they discussed the opponent, the Dallas Cowboys, who Jay Williams, I should say, says, man, people keep making a lot of excuses for this team. So as teams are talking about getting better, the Washington football team, as teams are talking about closing the gap, the Washington football team, here is the Dallas Cowboys again late in the season, and it's, well, this is going on, and we had that problem, and this is against us, and that is against us. You wonder if all of that talk will overshadow the fact that they are 2 games up on the division here. Dominic Foxworth, who was on KJM this morning, brought up a pretty interesting point when you take a look at this game and what it means for Dallas this Sunday. You agree with that?
I don't think the goalposts have moved.
I think most people thought Dallas was the favorite.
I think, well, first of all the Vegas books and all the New Jersey books said that Dallas was the favorite. So the odds makers said they were the favorite. A lot of people picked Dallas for the year to win the division. The whole point was Dak was coming back from an injury and everyone was going to be healthy and everyone was going to be together. And Dan Quinn was going to fix the defense. And we had Hard Knocks and it ramped up the conversation. So there's a lot of talk about Dallas maybe making a Super Bowl run this year.
Yeah, I was going to say, when I heard him say that this morning, I didn't quite agree that the goalposts have moved. I think a lot of people were kind of indifferent on Washington.
Where the goalposts have moved is who we point the blame at for Dallas. The whole idea of every year is always an excuse or a reason or whatever for Dallas. And this year, Jerry Jones is one of the guys who's going out of his way to not point the finger at Dak because he's saying, well, we're injured. Well, Zeke hasn't been healthy. Well, okay. So when So when do we blame Dak?
The whole Zeke isn't healthy, or in this next breath they tell you, well, Pollard's a better option anyway.
Which is weird because if he was the better option, why'd you give Zeke all that money?
Well, I think they gave him the money before they found out that Pollard it would be just fine. Look, any team that gives the running back that money, that move blows up in your face.
Pretty much.
I mean, that's never a smart move. So right there, you're talking about the Giants situation. They deemed Saquon Barkley so important that they drafted him with the number 2 overall pick. He could be the MVP of the league playing on this team right now, and he's not, it's blown up in their face to epic proportions, right?
Yeah, and don't forget about the fact that, speaking of the Cowboys, the whole idea of having Zeke and Pollard together was Pollard was going to be the changeup. Pollard was going to give Zeke the rest. He was supposed to be the best backup running back in the NFL.
But I think the moral of the story is this. Anytime that you are putting that much money or importance in that position, still in the game that we play today. Look, when you have a great running back, it certainly adds to your offense. When you have a Derrick Henry, he's a difference maker. But most teams that are really, really, really good, they don't get their running back in the top 10 of the draft. And for you to put that kind of capital, that is a mistake that could hold your organization back. But think about all the money that they could use with that Zeke Elliott contract, how much better that team could be in other places. They're already pretty good. But the fact that you paid that much money to Zeke Elliott, think about the Giants in that particular draft. Now, I don't even blame them for not, maybe they just didn't like a quarterback in that particular draft, okay?
Maybe.
They have the number 2 overall pick. All right, we don't like Sam Darnold. We don't need to go in that direction. We don't like Josh Rosen. He was another quarterback taken. We don't need to go in that direction. We didn't like, who else? Lamar Jackson was taken, but you weren't going to take him at number 2. I get it. Denzel Ward, Pro Bowl corner. Bradley Chubb, Pro Bowl linebacker. Quentin Nelson. What is that team perpetually missing? They cannot block. Their line is horrible. You have the number 2 pick in the draft. You could have got Quentin Nelson right there. By the way, Josh Allen was taken in that draft as well. But I'm not even saying to take a quarterback. If the Giants would have taken Quentin Nelson or, Denzel Ward or Bradley Chubb, just think about how different their dynamic is.
Although I think Quentin Nelson, maybe Eli Manning's still playing.
Well, then all the Eagles fans would be happy.
I'm just saying.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. But that, when you talk about Dallas with Zeke Elliott, this isn't me saying Zeke stinks. It's they put so much resource into Zeke Elliott, and now you're at the point where you're like, I'm not even sure he's the best option.
He's probably not, but also the Cowboys, you could argue, don't use him properly either. So it's a weird situation.
Text messages, I'm going to clear them out coming up. Got some people hanging on hold. If you want to jump on the phones, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Little midweek Wednesday. We'll open up the phones. Open all hour. Me and you till 4. Football at 4 with Jeff Mosher. 609-573-3776. If you want to jump on the phones, got some people holding on. Hold there. I'll get to you on the other side. Plus, I'll read your text messages at 609-403-0973. And if you're listening on the free mobile app, you can send us a app notification through your phone. Just open up the free mobile app and hit message us. We'll read those off as well. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. We're brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan open Blackhorse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot. Online, mattblattnissan.com. I got my NFL Find 5 Ugly 5 in 1 hour from now. Hopefully you'll stick around to find out my 5 best, 5 worst teams in the NFL. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And if you're watching the live video streaming at our YouTube channel, it's always good to have our streaming viewers. If you're over there, you can leave a comment. If you're watching the show, if you're listening on the radio, text us 609-403-0973. If you're listening on the free mobile app, you can message us through the app on your phone. Or if you want to chime in on the phones, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. I'll open up the phones and take a couple calls. People always say, you don't take enough calls. Well, I'll take some calls now if you would like to call me. Sometimes I don't like talking to people. I like talking to myself. How about that? But today, I'm in a good mood, and I will open up the phones for you, 609-573-3776. Monday, Marcus. What's going on, Marcus?
I love it that you don't like talking to people. It's awesome.
I have so many thoughts in my own head, Marcus, that I want to make sure that I get to them all. And if I share the time with somebody else, I can't get all my thoughts out.
I have listened long enough that the gift of gab is truly yours, Mike. No question.
Unless you see me in person, then I don't say 2 words.
You really don't. You really don't. That's true. Well, you say 2 words. Hello, how you doing? After that, it's quiet.
Yeah, exactly. Then I got nothing.
No, the 2 points, if I can try to squeeze them in, is I was looking up San Francisco's schedule before I got on. They play the Rams, the Titans, the Bengals this week, the Falcons, and the Texans. So in there, I see, automatically, I think 2 W's with the Falcons potentially and the Texans. But the other 3 games I feel like are pretty tough. Between the Bengals this week, the Rams is their last game, and just because they're the team right above in the 7th seed, I know we're supposed to be looking in the division first, but of course the Eagles have to take care of their business, winning as many of those games within the 4. But just curious what you think about that San Francisco situation, because they're only a game ahead. I know they got the win, but there's a potential that they can go 2-3 in those last games and be 1 game, I think, behind you. As far
anything
as
that happens with anything that happens with Washington, Philadelphia, and San Francisco, nothing will surprise. If they lost out, if they won out, if they split, I just think that there's so much parity between, like Cincinnati's a decent team. I don't have any faith that they can definitively hold home court or home field and beat. Like if San Francisco went to Cincinnati and won this week, I'm not surprised. If San Francisco went there and lost, I'm not surprised. These games are all such close coin flips.
Yeah, it's really been up and down in the whole season. The games that you thought you could definitely pencil in, it's like, wait, hold on, they took a L. Like, how are they taking L? These long fields. I mean, even
you think Minnesota went into the game last week like, hey, the Minnesota fans, forget the team itself, but the Minnesota fans who were sitting there at 5-6, and you have Detroit, you're like, we're going to win this game, and then we're going to be 6-6, and we're going to be right in the playoff, and then you lose to the freaking Lions.
I know. I mean, it's a divisional game.
After you beat the Packers, by the way. You beat the Packers, you'll lose to the Lions.
Any given Sunday's been out for a long time, man.
It has. So that's why Mark is trying to prognosticate, like, okay, well, they're going to lose to this team, and they'll beat that team. The only thing I will say is there are games that the Eagles or the whoever are going to be favored in, and they should win. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to.
True, very true. Yeah. The second point, just trying to get it fast back, to the Ben Simmons issue. I'm looking at the team, currently constructed, and I'm wondering if, with all the work that Embiid's been putting in, 40-plus minutes, I know his point total is going up, but I wonder if, being that they're continuing to wait based on needing that player, that impact player that Daryl Morey was saying, will that run Embiid down because of all the work he's got to do just to keep them even within that semi-relevancy of 5, 6, 7 seed?
Yeah. Fair point.
Because the conference is so much better than it was before.
Marcus,
and will it be almost too late?
It's a fair point because you're right. They are struggling to beat a 5-man depleted Hornets team on Monday night, they need Embiid to give you an MVP-esque effort almost every night of the week. In fact, Tonight Durant's not playing for Brooklyn, and they're talking about like how much Brooklyn has to rely on Durant just to keep them in the mix here, because they're missing Kyrie all season long here. The Sixers are in a very similar situation where they've only got one of their three guys playing, because Tobias Harris is not playing at the same level that he was playing at last year, and then you're down Ben Simmons already. So, look, they got to figure something out. Here's the problem. Trading Simmons just to trade him, that ain't happening, and it doesn't work. You can't just trade him for three role players. There's not enough minutes for three more role players on this team. They have to either try to move Tobias Harris or just suck it up and say, look, we hope Ben caves. That's where they're at right now.
No, I get it. I mean, they want the impact player. They're eventually going to need it. The only thing about this,
keep this in mind. Keep this in mind, Marcus. Like C.J. McCollum was a guy that I don't think I've been told they're not interested in, that he's a non-starter. Well, he's hurt. He's out for multiple. He's got a collapsed lung. So you're not getting, even if you said, hey, you know what, we got to do something. That's one option that's now off the table as well. So guys are and today, Dame last night said, look, I don't want to ask to be traded. I'm going to do whatever I have to try to make this work here. So he is definitively, again, saying, I do not want to be traded. Now, what he has said from his camp is, I would like to play with Ben Simmons. The problem is, if you're not trading Ben Simmons for Dame, how is Ben Simmons getting to Portland?
No, he's not. I mean, I listened to KJM this morning, too, and they were saying, the Knicks for Dame, and even better than the Sixers if he wants to win, because the Knicks don't have the type of player that Ben Simmons is in order maybe to make Portland happy. But with their GM situation being what it is, are they going to let that guy come in as an interim and make that kind of trade, man? I know it's a long season. They're only, 25 games, 26 games in. But, again, that wear and tear on Embiid and how he's playing is what, I wonder, will they have anything for the stretch run if a player comes? Like, he doesn't have that guy that he can say, look, I need you to get me 10 in the fourth. That was supposed to be Tobias. I hear you. But you said it a couple of days ago, he's regressed for some reason in the same offense that last year he was excelling in. And that might be another Ben Simmons factor because he's not getting the looks that he would
guess
get
what?
With Ben feet in the ball.
That's a good point, Marcus. And I appreciate the call, bud. I'll see you soon, hopefully. That's a good point. Is the guy who I think is suffering the most from no Ben Simmons is Tobias Harris. Because Maxey isn't suffering. He's thriving. Why? Because he has the ball in his hands. Well, he's not the same facilitator that Ben Simmons is. So Seth Curry, I thought Curry and Green may have suffered with Simmons out. That hasn't been the case as much as I had thought. But the guy who's suffering is Harris. You know why? If you watch a Sixers game, what happens? Harris gets stuck dribbling too much. He's now putting the ball on the floor. He's not nearly as quick and decisive with what he wants to do with the ball. He gets the ball and he's not really ready with what he wants to do because he's not getting the ball in the same spots that Simmons got him the ball. So the guy, and it might say like, well, who cares? The guy who's suffering the most without Simmons, it's Harris. And guess what? Harris is the guy that you need to be the third guy. I know you might say, well, he's not. He's the guy that has to be the third guy. Has to be. Here's the thing. Simmons comes back. Let's just say he comes back. What happens to Maxey's role? That, to me, is the interesting part. Does Simmons usurp Maxey as the point guard? Likely. Then what does Maxey become? The backup point guard? Does he run as a 2? That's where it gets a little itchy. Now, I'm not sitting here telling you I'm anticipating Simmons coming back because I just don't think he's going to come back. But I think Marcus brings up a good point. We talked about it with MKB on Tuesday. Harris has regressed. Why? If you watch the Sixers games, what do you notice from Harris? A lot of dribbling, a lot of indecisiveness. He's like a stopper, dude. The ball gets to him and doesn't get back around to anybody else. Why? Because he's the guy that's not getting the openings now. Why? More attention is on Harris than there was last year. Couldn't put as much attention on Harris. Attention has to be on Simmons. Tension's not on Simmons. Tension goes to Harris. Harris is the problem because Simmons isn't here. That's one of the things that I'm noticing with this team right now.
And this rolls into what I wrote about at 97.3 ESPN.com and the quotes from my conversation with Scoop B, NBA insider Brandon Robinson yesterday. The word he used was, it's disconcerting the way this team is playing. And it's not a small thing that this team has gone from being a contender to now they're hoping to make the playoffs. And Mike, I don't understand how one can rationalize the situation when you hire Doc Rivers and Daryl Morey because of who they are as these high profile guys, and making the playoffs is acceptable. I just can't see them just sitting on their hands and accepting the situation as is.
Might not have a choice. That's the problem. They might not have a choice because of this thing, because of where Simmons. I'm not saying Simmons has them backed up against the wall, but what I will say is he has made it much more difficult for them to get creative.
He has, but part of it also is they've also made the choice that they don't want to give him up for nothing, or
I don't,
less than
but
what
I
they think
can't
he's worth.
disagree with him in that. Like, again, like give me, okay, like a Charles Barkley trade. I'm trading Charles Barkley for Jeff Hornacek, Tim
Andrew
Perry,
Lang.
and Andrew Lang.
Right, you can't do that.
Like you might say, okay, well, you got three good players. Like Jeff Hornacek was a good shooter, Tim Perry was a athletic forward, and Andrew Lang was a big. But if you got that type of talent on this team, think about it like this. All right, I trade Ben Simmons and I get three guys back in return. One of them is a 2. You have a 2. Curry is not. What are you going to cut Curry's minutes? He's the best. He's the most dependable perimeter player by far that you have. Okay, so now I'm going to get another 4. Are they really going to cut Tobias Harris's minutes even though he's not playing well? So, okay, what does Tobias play a night? 38 minutes? You're going to cut him to 35 minutes because you got this new guy? No. Plus, they got Niang, who is really the backup to Tobias.
Correct.
So if you got 2 players in the deal for Simmons, one's a guard and the other's a forward, where are they getting minutes? Okay, so you got a point guard in return. Well, now you're cutting into Maxi's minutes and you're cutting into Milton's minutes, who have been playing the backup point guard position. So essentially you're saying you're getting like a third point guard, the guy take the minutes from when Furkan plays point guard. So you're trading Ben Simmons for a guy who's going to be like George Hill?
Basically, yeah.
You're not going to trade Ben Simmons for a big man. You've got Joel Embiid and you've got Andre Drummond. So you're like, again, so what are you going to trade for a third big man? The only other spot you could say, okay, you're going to bring in a guy who would take Danny Green's minutes. But are you just taking Danny Green out of the rotation? No. So what's Danny Green play a night? 25 to 28 minutes, I guess. I don't know. I don't have him in front of me. So you're going to trade Ben Simmons for a guy who's going to play 22 minutes a night at the 3?
Right.
That's why trading Ben for just anybody, it sounds great in theory. Just get 3 guys here. But think about, where are they playing? Whose minutes are these guys taking? The only thing that makes, and you might say, okay, you trade Ben Simmons, you're getting a star. Somebody still has to move. Okay, if you got Dame Lillard, Maxi's role is going to get changed.
Right.
If you got CJ McCollum, Maxi's role is going to be changed. I don't know who else is being rumored, but D'Angelo Russell, Maxi's role is Maxi's the guy who's constantly going to be affected in any scenario you would think. But this is why, people, you can't just trade Ben Simmons for 3 role players, because you are then affecting 3 players' minutes who are not, you know what I'm saying, who are already getting playing time. It's not like they have such an Achilles heel where they are so devoid that they need to bring in a guy to say, man, we really need a 4. Oh, we really need a 3. Oh, we really need a 2. They don't need another non-all-star starting level player. They need another all-star player.
They do. I just think that whoever gets traded, who could be traded, we haven't heard the name yet, only because of the fact that, as I talked about last night on game night and on the article on 97.3 ESPN.com. We are about 7 days from the NBA opening the floodgates for trades.
Yeah. Do we have a list of the guys who would be available now because of that?
Well, technically, it's everyone but Brogdon. The way Brogdon's new extension was signed, he can't be traded before a certain date. So he's the only one who can't be traded. Once we get to December 15th, everyone.
Yeah, but who are guys that signed this offseason that people are like waiting to say, we already made a mistake on a guy that we just signed this offseason?
Well, maybe he's not the best example, but a guy who's playing tonight is Kelly Oubre. Kelly Oubre would be available to be traded.
Okay, that's a good name to bring up. What does Kelly Oubre do to help this team?
Well, he gives you a little defense on the perimeter at least.
They could use that. Defensively, they're terrible on the perimeter. Maxey, and that's the problem with McCollum. That's why they have no interest in McCollum. He's terrible defensively. Why do you think Portland wants to trade C.J. McCollum? Why do you think they're average? They have C.J. McCollum and Dame Lillard.
Two guys don't play defense.
Why is a team with C.J. McCollum and Dame Lillard, why are they average? All these people out there, they score, they shoot, they're great. Why does that team want to get rid of McCollum? He cannot defend. That's the problem, and that's why the Sixers are not interested in McCollum, because they already have two guards who don't defend, Maxey and Curry. They don't want a third.
They don't need it.
Well, that's what makes this Simmons thing, like you're saying, well, what do? I think you just got to wait it out.
I think one team is going to get desperate, and they're going to make a trade.
I think somebody, and I said this before, his value will go up by just not playing because somebody else's value of their own talent is going to sour. That's the way Simmons' value went up, is that your GM of X team, his evaluation of his own roster soured, and that means the grass is always greener on the other side to some people. That guy has to be better than what I'm watching right now.
And I gave you the information for 3 of those teams over at 97.3 ESPN.com.
All right, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Best. Check that out. Also, over at 97.3 ESPN.com, the Eagles should kick the tires on this player. He's available, oddly, at this time of the year that can help the Eagles defense out right now. Go to 97.3 ESPN.com for both of those articles. 3:49, having fun on a Wednesday. I'm Mike Gill. At Mike Gill Show. That's the Twitter handle. You can hit me up there. Watching the show live, easy to do. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you can watch the show live every day. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Daniel is watching the show, listening in Budapest. It's pretty interesting. What time is it over there, Daniel? In Budapest, Hungary. Appreciate that. If you're watching the show, listening wherever you are, you can get in touch with us in a variety of ways. You can pick up the phones and give us a call, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. You can also, it's 9:50 at night. Thanks for that, Josh. Daniel was going to tell me, though. I'm sure he was. 609-573-3776 on the phone, 609-573-3776. Phil, text message, 609-403-0973. He says, ESPN NBA insiders suggest an odd trade, and I'd like to hear your thoughts, Mike. All right. Sixers get Lillard. Sold. No, I'm just kidding. Sixers get Lillard and Zeller. Portland gets Harris, Maxey, Thibault, and a 2022 top 10 protected pick. So no Ben Simmons. So the Sixers are still stuck with Simmons, or do you think Simmons would say, okay, now I'll come back and play with Dame Lillard, and it's Lillard, Simmons, and Embiid? Now you're giving up Maxey and Thibault. The Harris part of it, obviously, I like. I mean, of course, if you're getting Dame Lillard back in return, you have to make that deal because you want to pair him up with Embiid. But I think Maxey, Dame Lillard was a guy that nobody knew was going to become Dame Lillard. He was Morehead State. Nobody thought C.J. McCollum was going to be as good as he is. Nobody thought Dame Lillard was going to be as good as he is. Maxey, how old's Maxey? He's like 20. Right? Maxey is the guy that I think you have to consider how much better is he going to get. He's 21 years old. So you have to consider, okay, how much better is Tyrese Maxey going to continue to get? And if your answer is, well, I think he can be a perennial all-star, is he a notch below an all-star? These are all questions that I think you have to seriously take into consideration. And then ask yourself, do I really want to part with Tyrese Maxey in a deal? Or am I giving up a player who really, who's to say that Embiid and Maxey can't be the duo that 2 years from now? I think everybody's so fixated on now, which is fair because you don't want to waste a season of Joel Embiid. That's the rub, right? You don't want to miss a season of Joel Embiid in his prime, so you're trying whatever you can to make it work now. But the Sixers might just have a long-term view and say, look, we like Embiid with Maxey, and we just think that team, that pairing needs a little bit more time. So, Phil, to go back to your trade, if that deal was on the table, I think the Sixers would do it. And I'm not saying it would be wrong to do it. The question becomes, what happens with Simmons? Does Simmons and Lillard, play together? Then what happens to Curry? I mean, I guess you could play the three of them together because of Simmons' size. You could defend. The problem is you have Lillard and Curry defending in the backcourt. That's not ideal. I mean, Lillard and Curry are two of the worst defenders in the league. McCollum would be probably right up there as the third. I mean, Curry's better than that. I mean, he's not the worst defender in the league, but you get what I'm saying. They're not very good. They're not very big. But what do the Sixers think of Maxey long term? I think that factors into this big time here, too. They might say, look, we're not winning the NBA title in 2022, but can we win in 2023, 2024, 2025? if we just let Maxey and Embiid get the continuity, get them playing together. The thing is with Maxey and Embiid, one of the problems is when Embiid was out, Maxey was great. Now Embiid's back and Maxey's struggling. They don't seem to have this synergy going yet. It's not like Trae Young and Capella, when Young's coming down, floating it up in the air and Capella's slamming it in your face. That's not happening. Thanks for the text message, Phil. I always appreciate you being a part of the show. 609-403-0973. Hit me up on the text board, 609-403-0973. Always, if you're listening on the free mobile app, you can message me through the app on your phone. Hit the message us button, and that message will come right to our inbox. We got 2 hours to play and football at 4 on the way, plus my NFL Fine 5, Ugly 5 coming up in about 30 minutes from now. Stick around. This is the Sports Bash. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast with Jeff Mosher and Adam Kaplan, and it is brought to you by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destinations all season long. Wild Wild West, Tropicana, Harrah's Resort, Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today at Caesars.com. Jeff Mosher, he's one of the hosts of the Inside the Birds podcast, and he joins me for Football at 4 right now here on a Wednesday Sports Bash. What's going on, Jeffrey?
Mike, what's going on, brother?
All is well. We got the bye week here. I said it's very interesting that during the bye week, we got treated to an NFC East matchup that has big implications all around it. We were kind of going back and forth as to, if you're an Eagles fan, how are you watching this game? Who are you rooting for? Do you feel that it's clear that the Eagles are hoping Dallas sweeps Washington these next two? Does Philly want Washington to sweep Dallas and make it a 3-team pot of stew? How do you kind of see the game this weekend, how it is being kind of viewed by the fans and the team?
Well, a lot of Eagles fans that I know have a rule about we don't root for Dallas under any circumstances, unless maybe that one specific win might definitely get them a playoff berth. So I don't know that you're going to hear a whole lot of people saying go Cowboys this week, even though they're facing Washington. And I think that there are some pluses and minuses to either team winning, depending on how the rest of the season kind of shakes out. So we'll see what happens. I think, if you're completely objective about it and you look at it, you would think Dallas winning is going to help the Eagles out more. First, it makes Washington a little down about itself. I just lost a game and now I'm 6-8. And then it puts the Eagles, a little higher up as far as the battle for the last seed there in the NFC. Because if the Eagles beat Washington, that helps them in their regard because they have both games left. So that would probably be the more beneficial thing to happen.
Right. And obviously, this Washington team has won, 4 games in a row. And I look at this team and, the little that I've watched them over the last couple of weeks, what I noticed when I watched them, Moshe, is they have really taken a page out of the Eagles notebook and said, hey, they're going to run the ball. We're going to run the ball. And they're running the ball at a pretty high clip. All of a sudden, Antonio Gibson has become a huge weapon in the run game for them.
He has been. I'm not quite sure why it wasn't that way to begin the season. Just like we've talked about that, I'm glad. It's not that I'm glad it's happened, but maybe Eagles fans who tend to sometimes look at things like tunnel vision wise can see that Nick Sirianni is not the only guy in the world that tried to go in with one plan and had to adjust. Or people say, how could this guy be such an idiot? Coaches tried different things. They want to be able to throw the ball. It is the NFL still, and they want to be able to throw. And when it doesn't work that much, they resort to going back to basics and they're running the ball.
We say everybody wants to throw the ball? That's the NFL. Is it only the NFL because people want to throw? Like every time we see teams run, it feels like the Eagles run, they win. Washington runs, they win. New England the other night says, oh, we'll run it 50, 60 times. They won. It seems like teams that are committed to doing it are winning. And a lot of that is predicated on defenses are built to try to stop the pass. So running seems to be a way to kind of combat that.
It does. I think it's not. I think teams do want to. I think they want to abide by the rules of the game that never really change no matter what you're doing. Which is, how do you score points fast? How do you get the lead? How do you score points most efficiently? And most teams invest heavily in the quarterback and wide receiver positions. So therefore, you see in most teams, when they start hiring their staff, they find the best quarterback coaches, they find the best offensive coordinators. So it becomes cultural more than anything, and it becomes a mindset that's ingrained in teams. And it sometimes it does take the old copycat effect, and we can point to the Eagles being an influence on Washington, perhaps, but really, I guess you could say it started a couple of years ago with the Titans, right? Deciding that we're just going to run the ball with Derrick Henry until someone can show that they can't. But even that only took them so far. So I think that the people who love passing will always point to the fact that the best running teams win games, but they don't win championships all the time doing it that way. It's still when the guy's hosting the Lombardi at the end of the year, whether it's either Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady or a guy who's known for throwing the ball around a lot. And until we start to see more of the running game type team winning that championship, and I'm not sure we'll see it this year, I still think you'll see the league trending toward being a passing league.
So with that being said, I mean, here we are at 6-7. I think the Eagles have come to the point of no return almost. Like the people who said, look, I'd rather the draft pick, they're not going to win the Super Bowl. You're in like no man's land where you might as well be like, all right, we've come this far. You might as well just make the playoffs here. But I guess the question would be, if this is in fact a playoff team and what you just said about throwing, are the Eagles brass going to be convinced that we can win long-term with this style of play?
Yeah, I don't think so. It's funny. We had Adam and I had Joe Banner on our most recent Inside the Birds TV, which we'll drop sometime soon this week. And what he said
wrote an interesting article.
Yeah. And what he said was, we asked him the question you just asked us. And he said, look, I think that what they're doing right now is the recipe for winning right now. And he had, as much of a pass enthusiast as Joe Banner is, and if you follow him on Twitter, he's an enthusiast of the pass. He said that for this team, for this moment, the run game is clearly the thing to do. But going forward, you're never going to want to be like this. And there's a point. I mean, this is not a balanced offense. When you're running the ball 41 times and throwing it 14 times, that's not offensive balance. That's just extreme to the other direction. And so for now, the question I really think that's pertinent, Mike, is do they learn anything from this year so that when they go into next year, they're not like 65-35? Is it closer to 60-40, 55-45 as far as run pass? Have they learned that you can run the ball a little bit more than you have in the past and still be as successful as you want to be?
One of the things about this offense and like the whole dynamic between Minshew and Hurts, they both do something different. We talked about, I was on a different show earlier today, and they said, hey, the crux of this might be the Eagles just have two good backup quarterbacks. They don't really have a starter, but these two guys both do something different. You got Hurts, who really, makes the run game go to another level. You got Minshew, who is a very efficient passer. I don't know how explosive an offense is going to be with Gardner Minshew, but long term, if you just say, look, we got these 3 picks, we don't love a quarterback, do they just say we don't need that top level quarterback? We can get by with just an average passer if we have enough talent around that guy?
Not this organization, not the Philadelphia Eagles as they're currently constructed. Maybe another organization might feel that way. I'm curious as heck to see what the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to do after this year, because they've built a pretty nice team. They've built up a good running game with Najee Harris. Offensive line is getting better as the year goes on. Their defense, we know, is very good. It always is, but it's got playmakers with Watt and Fitzpatrick. And are they going to go out there and try to get Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson, or are they going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers and think that they can get a quarterback that either in the draft or one that they can groom up and live with his flaws because they're better in the other facets of the game? That's really what they did with Ben Roethlisberger. He was not a polished, fantastic passer his first 2 or 3 years in the NFL, right? I mean, he was not a 4,000-yard passer early on. And he actually had the worst Super Bowl for a quarterback in a win that there's ever been in the history. But they were so sound all around that they were able to live with it. Just like the Ravens are so sound that they could build up Lamar Jackson and bam, pop him in there, win 14 games despite the flaws that he had. But the Eagles are not those franchises, and they don't pretend to be either. I'm not saying that they don't consider themselves as smart as those or as good as building. I think they, in their minds, think they are, but they're not, in my opinion, now that kind of mindset to do it. And so I think that they will look for the big name quarterback at all costs. That doesn't mean they'll get it. It may have to wind up for bringing Jalen Hurts back for a second year. And honestly, as many situations happen, maybe that'll be their best. Eventually, maybe that will be their best option, and they didn't realize it at the time. We'll have to see.
And keep in mind, too, Minshew is signed for another year. That was one of the smart moves. Parts of that move was they brought in a guy who's a really good backup. Good teams have good backups. So you have a good backup, and he signed for another season. It wasn't just a one-year flyer on Gardner Minshew.
Right. But again, as you just said, no matter what happens next year, if we were doing the handicapping of odds of Gardner Minshew to be the starting quarterback, it's going to be the highest odds because I don't see it happening.
Let's go to the tape over at InsideTheBirds.com. You guys discussed what did the tape say about the game that Gardner Minshew had. Everybody's Minshew mania. The numbers looked great. We talked a little bit about on Monday to the naked eye. And made some really good throws. Had a couple throws that weren't as good that still connected. That's where, hey, you're playing the Jets comes into play. But take that out of it. What did the evaluators see from Gardner Minshew?
The processing and the efficiency really stood out, knowing exactly what the Jets wanted to do, even when the Jets at times were trying to disguise or trying to show different looks. He was able to figure out the best course of action. And a lot of that was, it's 50-50. It's him, but also, when you throw 6 or 7 screens, those are kind of those plays that are set up to make sure that the throw itself is safe and that it's going to work against the specific coverage, which it did. I mean, he had 20 completions, and I want to say, so 14 of them went to tight ends or running backs. There was one, Devontae Smith had 2 catches, and I didn't realize it until watching the tape myself, but one of them came when he was lined up in the backfield as a running back. So if you want to add that as more of a running back catch than a wide receiver catch, then you're talking about, 11, 14. So 15 of his 20. Yeah. So then becomes 15 of 20 completions were to running backs or tight ends. That's a big number. That's over 70. That's about 75% of your.
Well, I thought that was one of the things that stood out about the offense this week was the fact that they got the tight end and more so the running backs involved. I mean, the running backs, they have not been a big part of the pass game this year.
No, and I know Nick Sirianni has been outspoken about wanting them to be a big part of the pass game. So maybe
was that on him or the quarterback?
Probably a little bit of both. Probably both. I mean, there was a time earlier in the year where they were throwing screens, and for whatever reason, the teams had them sniffed out because I think they just hadn't had their identity set yet, and they were very predictable. Now it's very difficult. They're predictable in that they're going to run the ball all over you, but you don't know when they're going to pass now because they can go pass from under center or pass from the shotgun, but they can run, and they will run and are running from those same formations as well. So now there's more guesswork involved, and that's really helped the other areas of their game come alive.
So do we think that Sirianni can look what he did with Minshew and then kind of merge that some of the things that he did well with Jalen Hurts' game?
I mean, I think he would love for that to happen at some point. That's on the quarterback to see the receivers there or to anticipate the openings and make it happen. I mean, honestly, there was no great science to the 25-yard touchdown to Dallas Goedert, right? I'm just picking that one out. There's a rub route on the right side, a well executed, which they had trouble doing earlier in the year, pick route between Boston Scott and Dallas Goedert. And to be honest with you, to be really fair, I don't know what the Jets defender on that was. It's like he had never seen a rub route before because that's how far away from Goddard he was after the route. But does Jalen Hurts make that throw? Probably either yes or no. I don't know because sometimes there are obvious throws.
You have a major problem.
Yeah, that's the question. Like
he's wide open. He's wide. And by the way, the ball was underthrown. The guy, as you mentioned, he was so out of position, the defender, that the Goddard stopped, turned around, was able to catch it, and then re-emerge forward without being touched. So if Hurts can't make that throw, geez.
Right. And so the point I'm making is
that's insulting.
That play has been in the playbook. It's not like I hear people, they call a different game for Gardner Minshew. Well, maybe some, not exactly play designs, though. I mean, it's the same play designs you think are going to work against certain coverages. Well, and of course, I think he can make the throw, Jalen Hurts. It's that, does he see it right away? Does he feel that little bit of pressure that there might have been there and instead try to run? There's a couple other, or does he just make the throw? I can't tell you. There are times where he probably does it and times he doesn't.
Yeah, I guess, some people say to me, Hurts doesn't have a very strong arm. I mean, Minshew doesn't have a strong arm either. So don't sit here and say one over the other. I guess the next question would be, Minshew to me was more patient in the pocket. He had great protection, to be fair. I mean, he was they blocked for him very well. But I guess, is Minshew better at reading the defenses and kind of checking off and going through his progressions?
Yeah, I think he's a better diagnoser. I do. I think that helps to an extent. Obviously, I mean, you look at the first touchdown, the 38-yarder to Dallas. There was a blitz. There was an extra blitzer, and Miles Sanders did not do a great job of picking up that blitz. But Minshew did a nice job of just kind of stepping to his left a little bit. He's got good pocket navigational abilities, right? So he steps to his left and then throws the ball up to Dallas Goedert. The question you would ask yourself is, would Jalen Hurts have also done that under those circumstances, or would he have felt that blitz not being picked up real well, tucked it and ran? And if he ran, maybe he gets 30 yards too. I don't know. So I know some people think that because of what they saw from Gardner Minshew, that means he gives them a better opportunity to win these next 4 games because he's a better passer. And I'm not sure that's a fair statement. I think, yes, he's probably a better processor, diagnoser, and passer, but when there's trouble, Gardner Minshew is not going to be able to run for 20, 25 yards, throw a touchdown. He doesn't even have as strong as an arm as Jalen Hurts. There are times where Jalen Hurts will be able to do things against good defenses that Minshew can't do. Nobody's judging Minshew off of his worst game. They're only judging him off of his first game, which is not fair.
Right, which is, I wrote the piece over at 97.3 ESPN.com is, look, Hurts has 3 touchdowns the first week of the year. He has a near flawless game, and it was, well, it's only against Atlanta.
Right.
And then Minshew comes in, and I don't hear the caveat of, well, it's only against the Jets. If people are already ready to anoint him as the better option, and I write, hey, Minshew mania is a lot like the holidays. Every 4 weeks, you have this great day. You have family and friends, and it's great. But you only hear about it every, Minshew mania only happens like once every 4 weeks. He has a lot of games in between where the mania is more like the bad mania.
Yeah, I mean, I would say he doesn't have that many bad games. It's just that he's sort of like an Alex Smith light in that he's just gonna dink and dunk, and he's gonna have really high completion percentage and high passer rating, and he doesn't turn the ball over. But you may not have scored many more than 16 or 17 points.
I guess the question is, in today's game, the way that teams seem to be defending, it seems that the new thing is playing your safeties back. Don't get beat off the ball. Let teams, beat you, just kind of nickel and dime you up and down the field. That seems to be what defenses are saying. Okay, you're not going to let us do anything. We'll let you catch the ball, and our goal will be to try to tackle you in front of us. So if that is the way that the league is kind of going, is having this safe, highly efficient player a better option than having the guy that adds the dimension with his feet.
I mean, it depends on who you are and what situation you're in. If you're the Kansas City Chiefs 5 years ago and you're just not ready yet to turn the ball to Pat Mahomes, but you're trying to win at the same time with Alex Smith, a nice veteran who's going to do that, who's going to play it safe and dink and dunk, and you're going to take your chances and try to win as many games, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And if that were the Eagles' objective this year, then be fine with it. But the objective this year is to find out if Jalen Hurts is your long-term answer. If Jalen Hurts can be the guy that can lead this team to a playoffs in a nice stretch.
Sometimes most you get in the moment, and that changes. It's, hey, we wanted to find out about you. We think we've gained enough intel, but now we want to try to make the playoffs. We're right there. I mean, could that be?
I'm telling you, that last playoff seed is such fool's gold. People are probably annoyed with me at so much of how I bring up the Bears did that. The Bears had Minshew. I mean, the Bears had Trubisky last year. Weren't happy with him. Benched him. Went to Nick Foles. Had Nick Foles, weren't happy with him, but they were still within a playoff reach. They wanted a little bit more of that elusiveness, so they went back to Trubisky. They made the playoffs. They got their ass kicked in the first round, and then they went and just completely redid their quarterback position. So, I don't see the value in putting in Minshew, thinking that that's going to be the magic thing to get you to the playoffs, and then you're going to get your face Arizona or Green Bay, lose by 20, and then what?
Well, then that's an interesting point. Well, then isn't, because if you were Howie Roseman, you would say, hey, we need to get to the playoffs through hell or high water to show that I made the playoffs again. Isn't that showing self-restraint to say, hey, forget getting to the playoffs. We're more about a long-term view of what we are.
I think Howie is taking the long-term view. I mean, I really do think he is.
But I'm saying, is there the proper way to go about it?
Yes, because I don't think making the playoffs gets you some kind of great reputation. Again, I'll bring up the Bears. Ryan Pace. Now, maybe the Bears would have fired him if he didn't. So, are you asking about the public perception or the owner perception? Because I think the owner and GM are lockstep in this, so there's no reason to worry about it. But if you're saying the public would give Roseman more credit if he made the playoffs, I didn't see a whole lot of Bears support for Ryan Pace after the.
I don't think. No, I don't. I agree. I don't think the public would say, "Hey, Roseman's doing a good job because we got back to the playoffs." I'm saying, as an observer covering the team, you would say, Roseman did a good job showing restraint to not push the team to make the playoffs, instead seeing the larger view.
Oh, yeah, there's probably, it depends. It depends on who's the observer at that point. The bigger picture here is the long-term future and the questions that they have to answer about Jalen Hurts.
Jeff Mosher, the Inside the Birds podcast. And, one of the other thing I was saying the other day, we talk about how devoid of this team is of talent. And I was trying to think they could have like 6 or 7 Pro Bowlers on this team.
6 or 7.
Mailata, Dickerson, Kelsey.
Mailata's been good, but I don't know that he's going to make the pro. I mean, left tackle is still a pretty premier position in this league. And I can't right now as we sit here. I mean, Tyron Smith is probably going to make it from the Cowboys.
He's been hurt a lot.
Good. He has been hurt. I think he's started enough though that they'll make it. He usually makes it on reputation. I'm trying to think of some of the other guys in the NFL. I mean, maybe he'll make it. He's certainly a guy you would think about. Of course, Jason Kelsey is a guy that you'd probably think about. Maybe Lane Johnson. We'll see. He did miss 3 games. So those are 3 linemen right there. I mean, anybody else on offense that jumps out at you?
I mean, Dickerson might be under consideration.
I doubt it. I think for a rookie to make the Pro Bowl, he's got to be like Quentin Nelson good. But,
True. Goddard.
You know what? On talent should be, but he just not he doesn't get the consistent targets enough.
Well, if he gets as many targets the last 4 weeks as he got the other day,
he might. He might.
And then I guess Hargrave. Based on
Hargrave,
at least his first.
Hargrave is probably the only, no doubt about it, going to make the Pro Bowl.
Slay.
Hargrave and Slay. Yeah.
So
I think of all those names we mentioned, 3 or 4 will probably make it. Hargrave and Slade definite, and then 2 of those other guys that we threw in there. Maybe a Jake Elliott because he's had a good year.
Jake Elliott, yeah, he's having he's having a pretty good year. All right, well, the last 2 draft classes they're getting stuff out of. That's a change.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good change. It's about time.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be an interesting 4 weeks of games, 5 weeks of the season. It's basically, Moshe, who's the best team in the NFC East? Well, the 2 best teams in the NFC East are going to get in, it looks like.
It looks like it will. We'll see. You say that, right? But 4 weeks is like a quarter of a season, even though there's an extra game. So there's a lot that can happen here.
5 weeks left.
There's still a lot that can happen with the Minnesotas of the world, with the San Francisco. I mean, it's easy to say now because they lost last week, but we have no idea how Washington is going to finish.
I think San Francisco gets in, and then Philly or Washington's the other.
Yeah, I haven't looked at Atlanta's schedule. I mean, they're horrible, but they're in it just like everybody else. And
the 3 South teams, I think, are out. They all play, because keep in mind, they play each other, plus they got to play the Buccaneers.
Yeah, but that's why I said Atlanta, because I think they're done with the Bucs. Maybe not. I'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, all the NFC teams, the Eagles have to play the Cowboys. Washington's got to play the Cowboys. I think New York does. So it's going to be an interesting race there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Washington has 5 straight NFC East games. 5.
That's amazing. What a wacky schedule that is.
Jeff Mosher, check out InsideTheBirds.com and the Inside the Birds podcast. There's a new one out. They go really in depth on Gardner Minshew's game, on Sanders. So check that out. Also, the offense and defensive lines, some of the standouts over there, and how the play calling affected the game this week. They go very deep on that, and check them out over at Inside the Birds, wherever you get your podcast. Jeff Mosher, I will talk to you next week, man.
All right, man. Take care. Thanks.
Football at 4 returns tomorrow with Andrew DeCecco, Adam Kaplan on Friday, as, of course, InsideTheBirds.com. Check out all their work over there on the Eagles. We have football at 4 every day, thanks to the guys at InsideTheBirds.com, and that is brought to you by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destinations all season long. Wild Wild West, Tropicana, Harrah's Resort, Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today at Caesars.com. Hey, coming up, it's my NFL Find 5 Ugly 5, the 5 best and the 5 worst teams in the NFL. Who are the 5 best? Who are the 5 worst teams? You can always play along on the text board. 5 best, 5 worst teams. 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Wednesday night, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill, hanging out with you. Find 5, Ugly 5. They are brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think, online, bmwatlanticcity.com. Who are the 5 best and 5 worst teams in the NFL? We're about to dish that out to you right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. You can always play along at 609-403-0973. 5 best, 5 worst teams in the NFL. They are affectionately known as my NFL Find 5 Ugly 5. Josh Henning is my producer. Josh, how are you?
Doing good, Mike. How you doing?
All right. Good to have your thoughts on this because the Find 5 Ugly 5 is always fun. Now, typically, in years past, I feel like this year has been such an outlier for who's in and who's out. That has been very difficult. The Find 5 Ugly 5, the uglies have remained the same. There's about 5 bad teams. Everybody else is about average, and the fines are even average.
I feel like it's easier to find the bad teams than just 5 fine teams this year. Is that fair?
Yes. The 5 bad teams, are who they are. I mean, it hasn't changed all that much throughout the course of the year. I think there's been like a team, Miami was the number 1 fine, ugly team for a little while there.
Yeah, and then they decided to start winning games.
Then all of a sudden, so they can change a little bit here, but for the most part,
Are you saying a man can change, Mike Gill?
Yeah, we can all change. We can all change for the betterment. But there is a new team in my ugly 5 this week. They are number 5.
Oh,
and it is the Chicago Bears. They are in the ugly 5 for the first time this week. Last week I had Seattle in the ugly 5. They won. They beat San Francisco, and in the process, they helped Philadelphia out. So I got to give them their props. So I go with number 5 this week in the ugly 5. We go with the Chicago Bears. Now, they're going to go with Fields at quarterback this week, right?
Yeah, the expectation is that he will be back this week to start.
Yeah, but they're just a mess. The whole quarterback thing, the coach thing looming over their head.
The GM thing looming over everybody.
That
as well.
too. I mean, that organization has just turned into a dumpster.
There's a possibility that whole organization just overhauls this offseason.
Yeah, last week I went with Seattle, number 5, and they beat San Francisco. Every time I put you in the uglies, like when you're the new team in the uglies, you seem to get out of there.
So you're saying this is a good omen for the Bears?
That's right. They'll probably win this week.
They're playing the Packers.
Okay, they won't. Although we've seen really bad teams beat the really good teams, it seems like this year.
At very random moments, too.
Number 4 in the ugly 5, it's the Jets. Zach Wilson, I thought he played well in the first half, but I think the Jets, here's a problem. People want to evaluate the quarterback in like 10 games. Zach Wilson deserves another chance. I mean, he was the number 2 pick. He deserves another chance to lead that team next year. The problem is, all that does really is set you back another year of evaluation.
I'm not anti-Zach Wilson, but I just feel like his environment is just not good.
It's not, and he has 6 touchdowns. He has 11 interceptions. I think he's indecisive. I feel like he's not confident in himself. I feel like he doesn't feel that he deserved to be the number 2 pick. You know what I'm saying? Like, he almost is like, I don't deserve to be here.
Part of the problem also for him is that he had a really ridiculous offseason, with his mom and the social media.
It doesn't help that he's in New York, and then they have a defensive-minded coach. I don't know that he's getting the best coaching there. I mean, they have a good offensive line.
By the way, did you hear what the defensive coordinator for the Jets said yesterday?
No.
So their defensive coordinator is Jeff Ulrich. He used to be a linebacker in the NFL. He said the Jets missed 15 tackles in their loss to the Eagles.
They're bad, man. I mean, they're real. That team is. I mean, I don't get to watch all their games all the time. You'll see bits and pieces here and there. I watched a lot more Jets leading up to the Eagles game, just kind of getting ready for the game. And I said all week, I kept saying their defense is one of the worst I've seen. They are so bad defensively.
Hey, man, Minshew.
I take Minshew over Zach Wilson right now.
Would you really?
Wilson to me is in so over his head.
He's just too raw for you.
He's so over his head, so green as grass. The moment's too big for him, man. He might be oodles of talent. this moment is too big for him.
He does have a lot of talent, but
he made some good throws. He has a good arm.
But he showed you in college that his ability to read good defenses is still very, very rudimentary.
To me, the biggest thing in the pro game, confidence, he lacks it. He doesn't feel he belongs. That, to me, is the big thing. When I watch him play, it feels like a guy who doesn't feel he belongs at this level. And that's a shame. Number 3, it's the Lions. They won.
They won a game, Mike.
Yes.
Finally. And they helped the Eagles.
Yeah, they won. They helped the Eagles. That should help them out. I should have put them better on this list.
You gonna swap them with the Jets?
I mean, the Jets got blasted by the Eagles.
So did the Lions.
The Lions did as well. But number 3, I got the Lions here, who won their first game. They play hard all the time. They got the win. They helped the Eagles out. It's the first time that Jared Goff won a game when he wasn't coached by Sean McVay in his career.
Yes, he's never won an NFL game without Sean McVay until this past Sunday.
He snapped a personal 12-game losing streak, which is the longest by a number 1 overall pick since 1967.
That's so insane. It's so funny, though.
Number 2, it's Jacksonville. I mean, what a waste of a season. What this whole thing, what's going on with James Robinson down there? You know, the whole this guy was 1,000-yard back last year.
I know.
And they're just giving, I mean, that story's a little bonkers down there. Their wide receivers stink.
They have one wide receiver, and everybody else is just like, they're worse than Deontay Burnett.
You look at teams, okay, they're going to get another high draft pick.
Yeah.
They could go in 900 directions. They have so many issues.
And it might not even matter.
Well, I mean, you get the number 1 pick one year. Okay, you got your quarterback. Now you're going to get the number 2 or 3 pick this year. What do? They need a wideout. You're not taking a wideout at number 2, are you?
Can't think of a wideout at number 2. That's for sure.
And the worst team is Houston.
It's pretty simple, yeah. Who else could it be?
They cut today Zach Cunningham. Now, he's a guy I'd kick the tires on. If I'm the Eagles, I'd kick the tires on Zach Cunningham. Cunningham, you know, he just signed a huge deal in the offseason, and they cut him already because apparently he was late for a couple of his COVID tests. He was a healthy scratch last week because he missed the COVID test or was late for the COVID test. He led the league in tackles last year, but if you watch Zach Cunningham, he was a second-round pick, number 57 overall by Houston out of Vanderbilt. He's really good in coverage. He could fit the role of Davion Taylor. He would be what you thought Eric Wilson was going to be. And with Davion Taylor out, you bring in Zach Cunningham, he could really replace Alex Singleton in the defense. So I'd kick the tires on Zach Cunningham if I'm Phil. He's a young guy, too. So he might be a guy that you could, not a big cap hit for them. I think he's only like $275,000 if you claim him on waivers. So if I'm Philly, Houston, the worst team in the league in my ugly 5, they just did you a favor. They cut Zach Cunningham. Go out there and kick the tires and see if you can bring him in.
And it's the bye week, so you can actually learn the defense.
Correct. Bring him in, get him into the building, get him studying that book, and maybe he could be ready to play by the time you play the Washington football team. Because guess what? Antonio Gibson, learn the name. There's going to be a linebacker that's going to need to figure out how to defend him, and the Eagles don't currently have one. Not in coverage, they don't. TJ Edwards, a nice player. He's really worked hard. But in coverage, Gibson's another different level player.
Definitely.
All right, Fine 5, NFL Fine 5, 5 best teams in the league. This is getting increasingly more difficult because there's so much parity even at the top of the list. So, here we go. Number 5, I'm going with. Number 5, I'm going to go Kansas City. Okay? Kansas City, I have made a little change in the find this week. Just positions here. I got Kansas City at number 5. Look, to me, Kansas City's offense is starting to worry me a little bit. Like, we're all right. They're winning games. They won 5 in a row. But where's their offense? Is this team really going to be successful because their defense is that good?
I mean, the thing with Kansas City is they need to figure out what their identity is because it used to be Patrick Mahomes in the offense. And now all of a sudden, the offense is just hit or miss from week to week. So they're leaning on their defense more. And I don't know if they have the kind of defense to do that. I mean, Chris Jones is a phenomenal player, and so is Tyrann Mathieu, but that's 2 out of 11 guys.
Number 4, I've got Arizona.
Now, you've been very low on Arizona all year.
Yes.
So is this a sign that you're starting to believe in them or a sign you still
Well,
don't
last week
believe
I had
in
them
them?
3. I moved them down to 4, actually.
Is that because of them or because the team moved up?
More so the team they moved up. Look, I think
Okay.
Arizona, they're going to probably be the number 1 seed. But this is a year where I think the number 1 seed, you're going to be like, I don't really believe in the number 1 seed. I think on maybe on both sides. Who knows? But Arizona, I don't know what. It's just something's missing from that team. I don't know, like, if they're I mean, I love Hopkins. Murray's very good. They got a good offense. Their line is just okay. Defensively, I mean, they lose Watt. Who's the big player on that defense? Who's the guy on that defensive side of the ball that is, hey, we need a game plan for that guy? You know, do they have the defense in the crux of a playoff game? You know, if they're a road team, if they have to go to Green Bay, I don't know that they have it. I look like I talked you into that.
I mean, I think it's a fair argument. I think to say the defense they still have a lot to prove, I think is extremely fair because of the fact that, a lot of those guys on the defense, they've never even played a playoff game.
New England's number 3. I mean, think about this team, where they were, where they've come from, your thought of them. I mean, there was a time where people were like, New England just, were they 2-4 at one point?
They were 2-4 at one point.
And now 9-4, number 1 seed in the East, in the AFC.
They're a force to be reckoned with.
It's crazy.
And part of it has to do with the thing that you mentioned yesterday when we talked about this. And that is their defense is back. They got the guys back on defense. They reloaded. And now they can go face to face with anybody and say, beat us.
Crazy. Now, that tells you how wide open I think the whole league is. That New England, keep in mind, Dallas went to New England and beat the Patriots at one point this year.
That was earlier in the year.
There was a time where you're looking at Green Bay. It's just, I mean, New England is just a random, just blah team with everybody else.
Yeah, now they're playing smash mouth football and play action with Mac Jones.
Number 2, Green Bay. Going Green Bay, number 2.
I think people forget how good Green Bay's defense has been this year.
Yeah, now, if the Eagles were to get into the playoffs right now as the 7th seed, they would play Green Bay in the first round.
That's correct.
Yeah, that wouldn't be fun.
That would be a blowout.
Well, because you're playing Rodgers, and you've seen what happens when the Eagles have played quarterbacks. They just have picked you apart.
Yeah, it would probably be like the Chiefs game. It would be like 45-28 score.
Tampa's number 1.
Brady.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tampa is kind of just going through the motions almost here. But I think Tampa in the end is the best team in the league.
Any concerns about the fact that they've had some injuries, that guys are coming back maybe a little too slowly? Antonio Brown.
Not Perryman's there now too, right? Remember he was there a couple of years ago and just played out of his gourd.
Well, that was with Winston, so
I think Brady's a little better than Winston.
Well, just because you have, I'm just saying, he doesn't have chemistry with Brady yet. That's
True.
all.
True. No, I mean, I just like in the end, I think I said this at the beginning of the year with Tampa Bay. They won the Super Bowl last year and got the whole team stay together. How many times does a Super Bowl team come back?
Almost
Normally,
never.
they get picked apart. It's like like a crow picking away at the carcass. the Super Bowl roster just gets picked and picked and picked.
Right,
and picked.
right.
They got all 22 starters back.
It's near impossible to do that, especially in a salary cap era, to keep guys all under the cap.
They were able to do it. My fine 5 at the beginning of the year, I had Tampa, number 1.
Okay.
So I'm sticking with them. I had Tampa, Kansas City, Buffalo, Green Bay, Tennessee. That was my original fine 5, preseason edition. Tampa's still there. Kansas City's still there. Green Bay's still there. My ugly 5 before the season start was Houston, Jets, Jacksonville, Detroit, and Cincinnati. Cincinnati was the one that I was off on.
But yesterday you had Cincinnati winning the division.
Crazy.
So
they were talking about this morning on KJM. Which current division leader is the one that you don't think will be the division leader when the season ends?
what is your answer?
Of the current division leaders,
Of
I
the
would probably say, yesterday I took Indy over Tennessee. They said Cincinnati over Baltimore.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this real
I don't
quick.
think the NFC is going to change.
Who do you have more confidence in, Cincinnati or Indianapolis?
Indy.
There's your answer.
Yeah. Hey, look, I'm not a Wentz hater. I think Wentz has played pretty well. I think Reich's done a good job of just kind of, hiding him a bit.
Keeping him on the straight and narrow.
They are a perfect, I think they're like 6-0 when John Taylor runs for over 100.
Which is why they need to keep running him.
And when he doesn't run for 100, I think they're 0-6.
Yeah.
So
it's a very simple formula.
Yeah. I think Wentz has made play. Put it this way. He was so abysmal last year. This year, we talked about it last year. They probably don't win 4 games if Wentz was just average. He's just average this year, and you see their average. I think the Eagles last year, if Wentz was just average.
Wentz lost 3 games by himself.
He was so bad last year.
There were 3 games.
Josh, he was horrible.
That you would have put in the win column if he didn't play so poorly.
Sports Bash, Find 5, Ugly 5. It's brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City. Closer than you think, online, BMWAtlanticCity.com. I pulled a Pete Thompson there. I read right off the script. Shame on me.
I would never confuse you with Pete Thompson.
Shame on me. All right, Joe Valerio tonight at 5 o'clock. Cup of Joe. Stick around. 4:54, get ready to wrap up the hour. Joe Valerio, former NFLer, next hour. Jeff Kerr going to talk a little bit of NFL NFC East tonight at 5:30. Stick around for that here on the Sports Bash this hour of the show. It was brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets, take your profit. Find out how PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. I'm Mike Gill. When we come back, Joe Valerio will talk a little bit about the Eagles at the bye, the NFL in general. Is it a passing league? Is it a running league? I'm going to get Joe's thoughts on, hey, can teams, we talked about this with Mosher. Teams are running the ball with success. It's leading them to win, but teams want to throw the ball. Can you win in this league consistently if you are a run-first team? We'll ask former NFL offensive lineman Joe Valerio for our Cup of Joe segment every Wednesday at 5 o'clock right here on the Sports Bash. Follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. And don't forget to download the free mobile app on your phone. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle in the Apple Store or Google Play. Coming up tonight on Game Night, it is a Weinberg Wednesday. Dave Weinberg will join Josh at 6:15, and then a little Sixers conversation with Kevin McCormick at 6:40 tonight as the Sixers prepare for the Charlotte Hornets, and you can hear that game live only on 97.3 ESPN. Final hour of the show, 5 o'clock here. Straight up 97.3 ESPN. Week number 14 in the NFL. Good to have you with us. I'm Mike Gill at Mike Gill Show on Twitter. Final hour tonight. Joe Valerio, former NFL offensive lineman with the Kansas City Chiefs, University of Penn. He's also the host of the Believe in the Chiefs podcast. We are back with another edition. We like to call it Cup of Joe. We just kind of throw a bunch of topics around and talk a little NFL. As we're down the stretch here, Joe, we've got NFL playoff possibilities all over the place. The month of December we've reached. When you play December meaningful football, it's a different story, right? These games get a little bit more intense in the month of December, don't they? Oh, your mic is muted, Joe. Your mic is muted.
Oh, sorry about that. Look, I'm out of practice. Right, I missed 1 week, and I'm out of practice. I missed my cup of Joe last week. I'm decaffeinated right now, so it's good to be back. No, I was traveling in Chicago for work, and but yeah, a lot has unfolded in the 2 weeks since we talked last, right, Mike? And you mentioned it. Look, as a football fan, number one, look, I know we all want our teams to go 20-0 and win the Super Bowl. I get it, but if you're a true football fan, you got to love being able to turn on the TV right now and being able to see games that, like, you don't know who's going to win the game. Like, the 1-12 Lions, whether it's somebody who's 5-7 or 6-5, like, it's just really cool right now to be able to watch football as an objective fan and see these great games and all this parity. I mean, look, do we want our team to be a dynasty? We all do. I get it. But, like, it's awesome. And I'm in the locker room, Mike. I can't, look, NFL players are all supposed to be professionals. They're all supposed to treat every game. What was the old saying? I know Marty used to say it all the time. Marty Schottenheimer used to say, what's the most important game? The next game. I get it. But there is nothing like December football when it means something. I'm speaking totally, objectively about how NFL players approach it, and they love this month when it means something and you're jockeying for position. It is special, regardless of whether it's the next game or not.
So an interesting conversation comes up this week because Gardner Minshew obviously played last week. He kind of sparked the team in the passing game, 20-25, perfect passer rating in the first half. Eagles win, and then of course you got people who are saying, well, they got to stick with him. If you're the Eagles right now, did you see enough from what Minshew did to even think about that, or do you go right back to Jalen Hurts? They both offer different dynamics.
Here's what I'm gonna flip that question and flip the narrative on you, Mike. What I'm gonna say is what I saw out of Miles Sanders and Kenneth Gainwell. That is why I would stick with Gardner Minshew.
Wow.
Because what I saw out of them. Right. And it's taking nothing against Jalen Hurts. He's literally one of my all-time favorite players. I loved his college journey, his story. I love what he's done as a kind of a spark on this Eagles team and his intensity. But when I looked at the way that team performed against the Jets, now granted, it was the Jets. I get it. But what they did is they looked like a complete offense. Right. And rather than having, and I don't want fans to take this the wrong way in the way that I think about Jalen Hurts as a quarterback, but when he's in there, it's like we have 2.5 running backs, 2 3/4 running backs, and a quarterback who, hey, let's be honest, he's had his ups and downs, as a quarterback, a pure quarterback. When you want to open up a whole playbook for an offensive coordinator, and you have 2 running backs like Miles Sanders and Kenneth Gainwell who are really coming into their own, they were like the dynamic duo. I mean, it was like those two between them, the 174 yards that they piled on, and it wasn't like they weren't big runs, right? I mean, they were averaging 5 to 4.5 yards a carry. So you throw Minshew in the mix as sort of the straight drop back quarterback type. As an offensive coordinator, it just gives you more playbook pages. Now look, if Minshew if he didn't do what he needed to do and he wasn't a good game manager, I mean, like he threw his first 11 passes, he completed them. He was 20 of 25. He did everything he needed to do as a game manager to let Miles Sanders and that offensive line do that. Well, number one, that's a whole nother conversation. I'll hold my passion about this offensive line off right now, Mike, because I'm really bullish on this offensive line and what they're doing.
As you should.
But I think, to answer your question, it was a really long answer to a short question. I just think that if I'm trying to make this playoff push, which they can do when you look at the standings and you look at the remaining part of everybody else's schedules, there's an absolute shot for the Birds to be in the playoffs. Until Sanders and Gainwell don't do their thing, and then you got to go back to the sort of, I'll call it the three running, in quotes there, the three running backs of having Hurts, Gainwell, and Sanders. I think you got to go with this more well-rounded offense. Just my opinion.
Well, I would ask this question then. I mean, we talked about this back in the 4:00 hour. Okay, Washington, they've committed to the run. We saw New England the other night. They threw 3 passes in the game. Philadelphia has essentially committed to the run. Does Hurts make them a better running team? I mean, obviously, Minshew may have added a dimension to the pass game, but if you're saying this run game, does Hurts even add more to the run game, and that's what their identity is, so stick with that?
I love that. I think on paper it would sound like yes, but when you look at an offensive playbook and you look at the way defenses prepare to go against an offense, you have to have all facets of the game. Now, granted, let's throw out that Bills snow game. That was like, what did they say? That was the third time in the last 20 plus years or some crazy statistic that a team won a game by only throwing it 3 times. I mean, that just doesn't happen. Your offense has to be predicated on being able to do both. Because, yes, you can say committed to the running game doesn't mean that you're going to run the ball on every play. Because no matter how good your running game's going, you're going to get yourself stuck in a 3rd and 6. You're going to get yourself stuck in a 3rd and 5. You're going to get yourself in a 2nd and 12, right? Occasionally. So you've got to have both facets of the game, because if you literally just said, well, we're going to run the ball, we're going to run the ball until they stop us. Well, eventually teams are going to stop you, and you got to be able to throw the ball a little bit. So that's why I kind of use that analogy of like having a more well-rounded offense, and it gives you more pages in the playbook. I think by having a decent passing game or a better than decent passing game, it actually makes your running game better. Because you got teams on their heels, right? Are they going to throw it? Are they going to run it? And then it opens things up. So, like I said, So to really answer your question that you actually asked, Mike, I don't think having 3 running backs and a quarterback who's not hitting on all cylinders gives you the same effect as having 2 solid running backs with a pretty decent passing game with Minshew.
Yeah.
That's sort of the way that I'm looking at it.
I thought what Minshew added in Goddard had 6 targets, his biggest game. They threw the ball to the running backs. They had 14 catches by running backs and tight ends. That is something that they had not done a lot with Jalen Hurts. You're wondering, hey, Hurts, if you're a guy who, doesn't have the arm to really air it out on a consistent basis. I mean, he could throw the ball down the field. They don't ask him to, but why is the tight end and the running backs not involved? I thought that's something that Minshew really did a good job of getting the running backs, the screen game, and the tight end involved.
And Mike, that's committing to the run, because all that is that's an extension of the running game. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, I know the ball's going forward, and by the rules of the game, it's considered a pass, but really those kind of plays are just an extension of your running game, right? Finding a way to have a successful screen game, because what's the screen game really predicated on, right? It's predicated on having mobile offensive linemen who can get out and block, right? Because it's not like a pass. I mean, passes, you don't expect a wide receiver to have huge gains after the catch. In this NFL day and age, with the athleticism of the corners and the safeties and even the linebackers for that matter, you're just basically banking on making a complete pass and then having the person get tackled, right? So passes are passes, but like screens and those quick dumps out of the backfield are really just an extension of your running game, in the hopes that you have a runner who can get a decent block downfield by a big lineman who's, and I think the Eagles offensive line right now they're getting downfield, they're making plays. Kelsey's playing with a renewed vigor that's like, he looks like he's 25 years old out there. I mean, he's a grizzled old veteran. So I'm really excited about that. And I think the extension of the running game is something they need to do. And that comes from having a quarterback who can make that happen. And Minshew seems to be able to make that happen.
In all of this, though, you want to talk about the offensive line, so let's dive
I
into
do.
them
I'm
and
dying.
their role, and why this team is 6-7. And I said at the beginning of the year, Joe, people thought I was nuts. I said this team can be a playoff team, and my caveat was their offensive line is good enough to keep them competitive week to week, and if they don't have the injuries that they've had in the past couple seasons, they could be competitive enough. Well, the line, they lost Brooks, but because they had so many injuries last year, Driscoll got a chance to play a lot. Herbig got a chance to play a lot. So losing Brooks hasn't debilitated them. Losing Sayamala actually might have made them better at that spot because Dickerson's a man-child. He's a beast. So talk about the role of the offensive line in this offense.
Well, number one, they're finishing blocks. If you watch them, they never give up on a block. They're blocking to the whistle. When I used to coach offensive line, don't tell any referees. I would tell my kids this, but when I coach high school football, but I used to call it whistle plus a little more, right? And that's the kind of mentality you want on your offensive lineman. Oh, to play the whistle plus a little tiny bit more, and that's what this offensive line is doing. They're whistle plus players. They're finishing. I really do want the listeners to watch this offensive line and what I saw even though they lost to the Giants, but what I did see. And as I've been watching this line come together now that they've played together for, we're going on several weeks now where this this offensive line is really gelling and playing together because it's a chemistry group, right? It's a position group that needs chemistry. They get their hips together. And I've said this before, Mike, on the show, and I'll say it again because it's in offensive line play. It's the biggest thing you can do if you want to establish the run game. I call it blocking the linebackers or blocking the next level with the defensive down player's butt. And that's what this team is doing. So as somebody who doesn't, if maybe you're a listener who doesn't know line play, and not many people do, right? Because we're focused on the quarterbacks and we like to watch the runs and the catches and all that stuff. Watch the way these linemen, when they combo block, because that's the only way you block these defensive linemen these days is combo. You can't single up these huge defensive linemen. It's impossible. They're too athletic and too big. So you have to have combo blocks. So when you combo block, you also are subjecting yourself to, exposing, yourself to good linebacker play, right? Because if you're spending too much time on the double team, linebackers are going to slip through and make plays in the backfield or stop you at the line of scrimmage. So what this group does is they block the linebacker with the down player's butt. So they come together. They bring their hips together. They're pushing on the down lineman as a combo, as a double team. And then at the last second, they come off on the linebacker and they get on them. You come off too fast, and the defensive lineman makes the play. You come off too fast, and defense line. You don't come off too early or with enough time, then the linebacker sneaks through and makes the play. So think about that, listeners, as you're watching offensive line play. That's what this line is doing because they're big, they're physical, they're aggressive, and they're working well together.
And what I would imagine, Joe, where the line play comes into play is how much of your playbook you can use. Like Doug Peterson last year, he's got to throw half his playbook out because he has no confidence in his offensive line. So can't do this, can't do that, can't do that. This line should allow Nick Sirianni to have confidence in whatever play he wants to call.
Yeah, it's one because of the things I just said, Mike, that they're physical and they work well together in we'll call it the straight up zone blocking schemes, the straight run plays, tackle to tackle. But what they also do is they get out in space. This group moves, even guys as big as Mulata, he's downfield. They're getting out, they're setting up screens really well because like everybody always says, oh my God, look how bad the offensive line got beat on that screenplay. Well, hint to everybody, on screenplays, you get beat. That's the whole goal, is you want the defensive lineman to think they beat you for a sack, and then the quarterback is, smart enough to get the ball out. So they're athletic enough to use the screen game, right? Where you've got tackles who can run, the defensive ends up and around the quarterback. You've got guards and centers who can make it look like they're getting beat in the pass game and then zip and then get out to the hash, right? And get out and be lead blockers on the screen. And so when you put those two things together, then Then you pile on top of the fact that they're pass blocking really well. There's the secret sauce. You get all three of those things working in combination: good protection, good pass blocking, coupled with athletic linemen who can get out in space. Then you couple in my favorite part is mean, nasty guys who can run block their butts off. You got like a secret sauce there that, let's go with it until they stop us.
Okay, my next question then would be, in today's game, everybody wants to throw, predicated on throw. Can a team win as a run-first team? Can you win a Super Bowl? You might be able to win a lot of games, but can you win the Super Bowl? Are you the best team in the league if you are a run-first?
No. So I hate to, as much as I love run blocking.
Man.
Look, it, because there's going to come a time, right, where you're going to get stopped, and over time, like you said, Mike, you hit the nail right on the head. In the short term, you can win games, but over time, to get into that, I got to start doing the math better now because of the whole 17 game schedule instead of
I hate it.
Right. So like you want to get to 15-2, you want to get to 14-3. You want to even get to, God, my math is horrible, 12-5. You've got to have a balanced attack, because ultimately teams will start, if they know you're not going to run the ball, they're going to start putting 7, 8 up in the box, and they're going to find a way. Look at the Titans are a perfect example, right? They're a good team with Derrick Henry. They get into the playoffs, they do some damage, they win a lot of games. But ultimately, at the end of the day, they just have never been able to get over the hump, even though they've got probably the premier running back in the league and a good offensive line to go with it.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because, we're seeing Washington has won, 4 in a row all of a sudden, and they've just committed to the run. Like they just, figure, hey, that's what we're going to do here. The question is, do these teams have another gear? If you're going to stop us for the run, do they have another gear? And that's where I guess the question comes in with Minshew and in Hurts. Hurts adds to the run game. You have this dynamic run game, but for that game against the Giants, where I don't want to say they stopped it, they ran for 200 yards and lost, for God's sake.
Yeah, but turnovers, right? Turnovers,
right? They turned the ball over 4 times. And look, I think, Joe, the one thing it's unfortunate for Jalen, which was it was very he doesn't turn the ball over that much. Those were some uncharacteristic mistakes that he made. And I feel this perfect storm has come where he played poorly in the last game. He gets hurt. The next game they win. The backup is this guy who's got a Fu Manchu, a bomber jacket. So he's just a likable character, right? Minshew is a likable character. But you could speak to, I guess, you had Joe Montana, which I imagine everybody was no one's thinking, hey, the backup quarterback's better than Joe Montana. But when you have a quarterback who doesn't jump off the page as the guy, are there times where people say, hey, I think we might be better with this other guy?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that, in Kansas City, because we had a defense and a running game up till that point, until we brought Joe Montana in, that was second to none. I don't care what anybody says. We can certainly debate the defenses of the late 80s and 90s, and especially the AFC. The Chiefs were just fantastic. Like, it was unbelievable. We all pros up and down the lineup. We had Christian Okoye, right? Was leading the league in rushing several years. We had a run game. We had an offensive line that was just fantastic. We couldn't, until we brought Joe Montana in, that team was never going to get over the hump, because we didn't have what it was going to take to extend, those big wins into the into the playoff season. And that's a problem. Look, Mike, just look at the data and the statistics over time of the last. You could go back, I don't know if you want to go back 5 years, 10 years, and look, Super Bowl teams that have won, Tampa Bay last year, Kansas City, New England in 2019, the Eagles, right? I mean, in 18, right? 17 season 2018 of the date, but like New England before that, Denver before that, New England, Seattle. Yeah, Russell Wilson. Could you consider him a Jalen Hurts type? I don't know. I mean, I think he's still more of a drop back. Baltimore in 2013 wins it with Joe Flacco, right? I mean, you just go back over time and it's like, what were the quarterbacks? What were the defenses? And what did the running games look like of those teams that got to the pinnacle, right? They got to the pinnacle of success is what we all want, right? The Giants in 2008 for the 2007 season, right? With Eli. Pittsburgh, beats Arizona in 2009. They had that was it. It was the more natural quarterback look to those teams that was a passing. They had passing capabilities, a solid run game, and a really good defense, right? It's not a crazy formula. And I just think history speaks for itself when you look at that. And that's why I think the Eagles getting into this playoff run might have a little bit of a better shot if they decide to go a little bit more air quote, traditional and having the drop back with two running backs who are playing really well.
All right, so the Eagles have a bye this week, Joe. Joe Valerio is with us, former NFL offensive lineman, University of Penn. He's the host of the Believe in the Chiefs podcast. We just like to chop it up and talk some football. So, Eagles are off this week, but you got Dallas and Washington playing. Who do you root for? You rooting for Dallas to lose to Washington and come back to the pack, or are you looking for Dallas to win, kind of run away with the division and bring Washington back to you?
Oh, we could debate that one for a while. My gut is telling me we root for the Cowboys. And I'll tell you why. I think the Cowboys have the remainder of their schedule, because they got to play Washington again. They're going to beat the Giants, right?
They play Washington twice. They play the Giants. They play Arizona. And then they close the season with Philadelphia.
Oh, man. Could we win? Oh, man. Mike,
Washington plays 5 straight division games to close out the year. And Philly plays 4.
So maybe this game we hope the Cowboys lose. Give Washington the benefit of the doubt that they're going to lose a couple more. And maybe it does bring, with the Cowboys having to play the Cardinals and then closing out with the Birds, maybe that gives us the best chance to win the division.
It's one of those things where, I like.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, because Dallas still plays Arizona. That means, like, if Washington swept them and then they lost to Arizona, that means if you take care of your business, Philadelphia, the game against Dallas could essentially be for the division.
Yeah, you know what? I got to go with you on that one. I'm going wishy-washy, Mr. Wishy-washy over here. But that's the fun of this whole stuff. That's the fun of the debate, right? Is wondering what could happen. And if Cowboys lose this game, then obviously, if they lose this game, we have a shot at winning the NFC East. We have a shot, and it's in our control.
In the AFC, you saw what the Patriots have done the last couple of weeks. You've obviously played for the Chiefs. You follow the Chiefs still. Who's the team in the AFC?
It's like that's probably the conference that is most up in the air. Because when you look at the Cardinals are running away with it right at 10-2 right now. I think the Packers are running away with their division. The Buccaneers, obviously, like there is so little debate other than some of these up in the air wild card spots and maybe the NFC East. The AFC, my goodness, we don't know who's going to win any division. Like I don't know what the heck happened to the Bills. Holy smokes! Like I thought they were going to hands down be the number 1 seed. Going into January in the playoffs. I just really felt like they were the way they were playing early on and how stacked they were. And then out of the blue come the Patriots, right? Bill Belichick resurrecting that team. The AFC West is, as much as I love the Chiefs and follow them and do all the, the stuff with the podcasts and everything, I still think the AFC West could be up for grabs, especially if they struggle against the Raiders this week. And the Chargers are playing some decent ball. The AFC North is a toss-up, right? The Ravens were looking good, but they are beat up. I mean, they're devastated right now. Just lost their best corner. The Bengals are breathing down their neck. And then you get into the crazy AFC South, right? The Colts, which, by the way, keep winning, Colts, keep playing Carson. We want that number 1 pick. And
that's a foregone conclusion, I would think, at this point. I think he only needs to play like another quarter.
Yeah, yeah. So let's hope he gets through that healthy. And then because the Titans have gone like they've just like I don't know. I mean, I know they're 8-4, and that doesn't sound like a nosedive, but I haven't seen a whole lot out of them in the last several games that I saw early on. So the AFC West, if you're a football fan, is actually kind of fun.
On the NFC West, same thing. We thought that was going to be the best division in football, and all of a sudden, Seattle fell apart. The 49ers fell apart. The Rams are kind of You got Arizona kind of running away. We got 5 weeks left to go, and we have no idea who's going to be in these playoffs on either side. We do kind of know the division winners on the NFC, we think, but the wild cards, the ASC, wow, up for grabs. Joe Valerio, of course, every Wednesday night we talk football here. You can follow him at Joe Valerio 73 on Twitter. He's a former Kansas City Chief, Penn Quaker. He's the host of the Believe in the Chiefs podcast on the Believe Podcast Network. And we chop it up on Wednesdays, just talking little NFL. Joe, good to see you, man.
You too, Mike. Have a great week, everybody. Enjoy that bye week. Enjoy the rest. Get rested up for the remainder of the season. Use the bye week the same way the players are going to use it, all right? Get rested up because we want some heavy tailgating and we want some heavy cheerleading for these birds coming into the stretch here.
The fans are taping their ankles and getting their eye black on. All right. All right, Joe. We'll see you, pal.
See you, buddy.
There's Joe Valerio, everybody. Good to have him back as he missed last week with a work assignment, but just talking football with Joe here on the Sports Bash. All right, when we come back, we'll go to the inside of the NFC East with Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports. We'll get his take on this division race. How's it going to go? 5 games to go. We'll try to map them all out with you here on the Sports Bash. It's brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan, the all-new Matt Blatt Nissan, Black Horse Bike, Egg Harbor Township. Next to Home Depot, online, mattblattnissan.com. Don't forget, we got the Sixers tonight right here on 97.3 ESPN. We got Sixers and Hornets. You're home for Sixers basketball. 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:33 Wednesday night. Jeff Kerr. He's brought to you by the expert solar team of New Jersey, EMT Solar and Roofing and Solar Guardians. Start your solar journey today. Learn more. Visit espnsolar.com. Jeff Kerr covers the NFL for CBS Sports. He joins us right now here on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, if you're watching the show live video, you can see Jeff, and we are streaming on the free mobile app as well. Wednesday evening conversation. Jeff Kerr, what's going on, man?
I've had better weeks, Mike. I'll say that. Just personal stuff going on with the family, but yeah, I've had better weeks.
Sorry to hear that. Well, obviously, you got a bye week here for the Eagles. You don't have to worry about being clammed down with work and stuff. But I guess Dallas, Washington is at the top of the list of things that everybody's paying attention to this week. It kind of sets up perfectly for the Eagles to not play and get to watch these two teams go at it.
Yeah, it is kind of nice, and that's definitely the game I'll be focusing on at 1 o'clock. Thank God I got the 4:25 game for CBS, San Fran, Cincinnati. By the way, also playoff implications for the Eagles. Not exactly to the degree of Washington, Dallas, but San Fran, they are the team right now that's directly ahead of them.
Yeah, no, I think the Eagles fans have got to keep their eye on the Dallas game and the Dallas Washington game and the 49er game right there. You have to be cheering big time for the Bengals this week. They really need them to help them out. I think San Francisco is going to have to stub their toe against probably going to have to lose a game where I don't know what the points. I don't know if they're favored this week or not, but they're going to have to lose a game where they're not where they are the favorite.
Well, they got 3 tough games. For the remaining of their schedule. They got Cincinnati this weekend, but we all know what Cincinnati team we're going to get, which means since they played so poorly last week, they'll probably show up this week. That's just the way they play. Tennessee's going to be a tough game, but again, will Derrick Henry be back for that game? I don't know, but they're still a very tough out. And then you got Los Angeles in week 18. That's their last divisional game. Will that game mean anything? Will Los Angeles be playing for a division title? I mean, they're going to have their playoff spot clinched by then. So but they also got the Texans mixed in there. So yeah, it's going to be a lot harder for the Eagles to leapfrog San Francisco because they lost to them. They have to finish 9-8 and hope the 49ers finish 8-9. Washington, they can control their own destiny.
Yeah. What do you make? You tweeted about that the Eagles and Washington play. Washington has 5 straight division games. Philly has 4. Is that a plus or a minus if you're trying to get into the playoff field here?
You know what? I actually think for the Eagles, it's a plus because it just so happens Washington happens to be the team that's ahead of them right now at 6-6. And Washington's got to play Dallas. Look, Washington's got a lot of pressure right now because if I'm a Washington fan, if you want to win the NFC East, you got to sweep Dallas. If you want to go to a wild card, you got to sweep Philadelphia. If you split, great. You're not going to win the division, but you're probably going to go to the playoffs. So if you go 2-2, but there's still an immense amount of pressure there. You can't go 1-3 in your next 4 games because that means you're going to get swept by one of those 2 teams. And I think if they had to pick, it'd probably be Dallas, but they still have a division title on the line. And this is where it's big for the Eagles. Dallas can stop all Washington's momentum right now. Washington's banged up. No Chase Young, no Montez Sweat. I don't know where they're going to get their pass rush from. They're a run-first team. They have a strong offensive line. They don't rely on Taylor Heineke that much, which makes them dangerous. So, I mean, if you're an Eagles fan, you want Dallas to win this week to bring Washington back to 6-7 and kind of make this thing even.
Yeah.
But if Washington wins, the Eagles are going to have to sweep them.
Right. That's what I said. Last night we were looking at scenarios here. If Washington sweeps Dallas and then Dallas lost to Arizona, even if they beat the Giants, if Philly won out, they would win the division.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about that. Week 18 game could mean everything or it could mean nothing. But if you just want the Eagles to make the playoffs, you want Dallas to beat Washington and you want them to lock up the NFC East. Unless you're a crazy Cowboys fan, which, let's face it, there are crazy Cowboys fans out there. They actually think they can get the number 1 seed. That ain't going to happen unless Arizona or Green Bay or all these teams just historically choke. And
wouldn't at this stage of the game, Jeff, you're 6-7, you're a half a game out. Haven't you, as the Eagles, come too far to now say, you got this group of people who say, we want the draft pick. you've come too far. You might as well just get in, get the playoff experience, and get into the playoffs and say, hey, we had a successful year. Let's build off this instead of being 7-11 and being like, who are we?
It is more beneficial for this franchise to make the postseason and lose in the wild card round than to not make the playoffs at all. I'm sorry. And here's the thing, Mike. If they go to the playoffs, say they're the 6th seed. I mean, it's possible they could be the 6th seed. Yeah, you're probably going to have to play a Green Bay or a Dallas, maybe even a Tampa Bay. But lest we forget, they were in that game with Tampa Bay until the very end. I mean, really, they just didn't get the ball back.
Much different team now than it was. They're a much different team than the one that played. I mean, they didn't try to run the ball against Tampa, Dallas, or Kansas City.
So I have a coworker that actually thinks that if Eagles and Dallas play in Week 18 and Dallas has something to play for, Dallas is going to beat them by 24 points. I said, dude, have you not watched the Eagles? Oh, I watched them against the Giants. Okay, have you watched them against everybody else? It's almost like you're ignoring what the Eagles have done since Week 8. Second in the league in points. They're top 10 in yards.
The question I would have, Jeff, is the Eagles' defense. They've played well against the bad quarterbacks, the average offenses. They still have had struggles. I would say that Dallas, even with their Jekyll and Hyde-ness, their offense is an offense that the Eagles' defense may have issues with.
I think if Dallas and the Eagles would play now, I still think Dallas would win. I just don't think they beat them 41-20 or whatever the score was the first time they played. I think it would be a closer game because the Eagles.
Well, I think the Eagles could run the ball, try to keep away from them. So, yeah, probably not 41. I just don't know if the Eagles defense they couldn't stop Zach Wilson last week. The only way they stopped him was they controlled the ball for the whole third quarter.
And that's you know what, you're not going to do that every week, but that's going to be the way you're going to have to do this. Yeah, I was concerned with what the Eagles defense did in that first. Really, and my turning point Sunday was when they actually sacked Zach Wilson on third down. Josh Sweat had the big sack there. And, this is what
5 minutes. You had to wait till the 5-minute mark to finally put that game, even though 31-18, you handily won. It was 5 minutes when they got that sack that you finally took a breath of, because if they score with 5-6 minutes left, it's a 1-score game, and your defense has not shown that it can get off the damn field.
You know what, Mike? It's funny. As bad as their defense played Sunday, I still look at it as I didn't think they were in any trouble losing that game in the second half. I don't know why I felt that. There's been a couple.
Well, the Jets didn't have the ball for the third quarter.
Well, yeah, that's what it was. I'm like, the Eagles can just run the ball down their throats, and they're scoring on possession. So there's nothing the Jets can do.
What are some playoff clinching scenarios this week? Because that could make things interesting the final 4 weeks if teams get. I mean, I think the Cardinals can clinch, right?
The Cardinals can clinch with a win. I think it's a win. I got to remember their exact scenario, but there is an outside chance they can clinch the division this week. It's actually, no, never mind. They can't. Even if they beat the Rams, they can't. But Green Bay can clinch the division this week.
I think the Cardinals can get in the playoffs if they
they can get in the playoffs this week. It's them, Green Bay. There's another one in there.
Tampa.
That's
right?
it. Tampa's got a big lead.
The 3 division leaders in the NFC, I think if they win this week, they might not clinch their division, but I think they get into playoffs. And then they're all jockeying for the number 1 seed. So I don't think those teams take the foot off, because somebody sent a text message question in earlier. I'll let you try to answer this. What happens? This is from Bill in EHT. He says, what happens if Dallas secures the division and playoff position? Do they sit their starters against Philly the last game? Do you think that Dallas will be playing Week 18 for anything more than the 4 seed?
I personally don't think they'll be playing for home.
So would they sit their guys? And let's say Philly needs the game.
I mean, the Eagles, they've done this before. Dallas has done it before. Remember when Dallas, well, again, they had the number 1 seed clinch when they did, but in 2016, they've done it. I mean, these teams have done it before. I don't think Dallas can. Personally, I think Dallas would rather face the Eagles in the playoffs knowing they can beat them. But sometimes that does come back to bite you. But again, if Dallas is only the 4, there's no way they're going to play the Eagles anyway. So I don't know. It's a tough sell, Mike. Personally, I still think 3 NFC East teams can make the playoffs.
I think that, yeah, if 3 could get in, there'd be a lot of splitting games going on, like Philly and Washington split, Washington and Dallas split. San Francisco would have to trip up against somebody somewhere. There's so many scenarios, Jeff, over these last 5 weeks.
Fran can finish 8-9. I think the Eagles and Washington can both get to 9-8 and find a way to get in. But it's going to be tough. It really is going to be tough because I don't think Washington played San Fran this year.
This is what if Philly wins out, they would definitely be in.
They're in if they win out. I mean,
Right.
like I said, they can control their own destiny. Like fans on Facebook laugh about this, but they control their own destiny.
Right. And I bring this up because it reminds me of 2019 when they lost to Miami, much like losing to the Giants. And you're like, how do you lose to the Giants? That's an awful loss. Season's over. And then the next week they went on a 4-game win streak and they won the division that year. Similar here. They win against the Jets. They win 4 straight. I mean, I don't think they'll win the division if they win out because I think Dallas probably gets to 11 top shelf. Philly's best they could do is 10.
Here's the other thing too, Mike. A lot of these games are at home. Washington home. Giants home.
Oh, there's another conversation, Jeff. Would you rather this game be at Washington? You've been a better road team, and you know what happens the minute Hurts makes a bad decision, a bad play, a bad throw. You got that mustache man standing on the sideline.
I'd still take my chances at home. I honestly would.
All right.
I'll say this, Mike. I still, no matter what stretch they've had with division games at the end of the year, nothing beats that run in 2006 where they had to beat down. I'm trying to remember how it started. Beat Washington on the road, beat the Giants on the road, and beat Dallas on the road.
They got lambasted by the Colts on Monday night and then ripped off 3 straight division games.
Was it Monday night or Sunday night? I thought that was a Sunday night.
Might have been it was a primetime game. They got lambasted by Indianapolis.
And then they beat Carolina the following Monday night. That game was awesome, by the way. That was a fun game to watch. Delone threw the pick, Toledo in the end zone. Toledo had a lot of big plays for them that year. Jeff
Kerr, CBS Sports, at Jeff Kerr, CBS. And, of course, Friday, we will take a look at the matchups and the schedule and some NFL and all the Eagles' possibilities and more here on the Sports Bash. All right, Jeff, hope everything goes better for you, pal.
Yeah, it's getting there, but it's been a rough week. I'll say that, Mike. I'll tell you about them.
All right, we'll get some rest, man.
Thanks.
Take care. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, and, of course, he covers the NFL. We talked to him here on the Sports Bash, and he's brought to you by the expert solar team of New Jersey, EMT Solar and Roofing and Solar Guardians. Start your solar journey today. Learn more. Visit espnsolar.com. All right, I'm Mike Gill. I'm closing out the show. Coming up next, stick around here on the Sports Bash. All right, about ready to clean up the mess that we made on this Wednesday show. Josh has game night coming up next. Dave Weinberg, a Weinberg Wednesday from 97.3 ESPN.com. And our former Sixers insider, Kevin McCormick, who's covering the Sixers for Clutch Sports. He'll join you tonight at 6:40.
Clutch points.
Clutch points.
I made the same mistake about a few weeks ago.
Shame on you.
And Kevin McCormick thought it was hilarious, to which he started laughing, so I started laughing, and
Clutch points.
Clutch points
is who he covers the Sixers for now. And
he
he'll
does
join
not
you
work
tonight.
with Rich Paul.
That's where the confusion comes in. That's why I can see why he would be so. I don't want to work for Rich Paul.
Yeah, he thought it was funny, and he made it very clear to point out that he does not work for Rich Paul.
Gotcha. So we discussed a lot today. Sixers Hornets tonight. I would imagine Joel Embiid has another big night.
Do they need him to have another big night? Or
Maxi's back too, by the way. Do they need him to have another big night? With Maxi back, they should need him to score 40. Right?
Well, you would hope not.
Flyers play tonight too, though, right?
I think they're back on the ice tonight. I
God,
believe Carter Hart is starting tonight.
They've been pretty bad.
I believe it's Carter Hart starting.
Flyers tonight play at Jersey.
Jersey?
Yeah, they've got to stretch 3 straight road games here. So, I mean, they got to get off this snap here. Now, but I would say this. They lost 10 straight games in 06-07 and went to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yes, they did.
They won 10 straight games in 16-17 and didn't make the playoffs.
Right.
Take that for what it's worth.
That was 2 different head coaches for both of those scenarios.
Well, Chuck Fletcher, who I reached out to the Flyers today trying to get Chuck Fletcher on the show. He was not available, but hopefully we'll get him maybe by the end of the week or sometime early next week. I'm really interested. The question that I have for Chuck Fletcher would be, if we had him on the show today, what I would ask Chuck Fletcher is, has it been discussed at all about trying to move Giroux? Like, I know he has a no trade clause, but do you approach him? Does he approach you? People have been traded with a no trade clause before. This isn't like out of the realm of possibility that you move a guy with a no trade clause.
No, it's definitely not impossible. I mean,
problem is Giroux's an older guy. He's got kids. They live here their whole life. That's where it gets tough. It's different when you have a younger player on a no trade clause and he's not performing to where you thought he was, and you approach him and say, hey, like Deshaun Watson, for example, is a young player with a no trade clause. He's not rooted in Houston quite yet.
Correct. The other thing is that the problem with Giroux and the Flyers is, and I asked this question to Durso last year, and he told me, he's like, I really don't have an answer for this question. I asked him, I said, what is the conversation the Flyers have had with Giroux? Like, have they actually?
I don't think anybody knows that answer.
Like, I think that's part of the problem. Like, we don't know. Like,
well, that's why I wanted Chuck Fletcher on today. I wanted to ask him, where is
Chuck
that?
Has to say about that? Like, what have you guys had the conversation with Giroux?
Yeah, I don't know that anybody's asked that question. I know that Fletcher has kind of indicated. I think I don't think they're going to look for a coach in season. I think you're going to see the coach stick this out for the rest of the year. I think you'll see him coach the team the rest of the year. So
that's probably for the best too.
Yeah, I don't think they want to bring. I don't think they want to bring in a veteran like Mike Babcock or.
They want to let the season play out.
Yeah,
which is fair.
All right, that's our show. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm at Chickies and Pete's tomorrow.
Which one?
It's a good question. I think Atlantic City. I know I'm at the FanDuel Sportsbook next Friday. That I know. I'll have to go check the schedule of which Chickies and Pete's. I was in Atlantic City the last 2 weeks.
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you.
Surprise.
But I'll be at one of them tomorrow. Come out and see me. Have a great night, everybody.